step into the Midnight Inn at Silverbridge, where the fairy innkeeper Elowen hangs the room keys of dreams. Tonight, she opens a quiet door lit by warm oil lamps, rain-soft windows, and the hush of a river under silver fog. Breathe with the room's slow rhythms, set your burdens down, and let gentle fantasy carry you to sleep. Night folds itself around the silver bridge like a shawl. Lamps along the parapet burn low, gold halos in the fog, and the river whispers as if it has learned to speak in sleep. Inside the inn, the floorboards breathe their soft, familiar sighs. There is a hush here that is not emptiness, but welcome, the kind of quiet that notices you. Draws a chair back from the fire and sets a small clay cup to warm between your hands. Elowen moves along the corridor with an oil lamp cupped to her chest. The light turns the brass nail heads in the wainscot into tiny suns. It turns the dust into drifting stars. Her wings, small and leaf-thin, are furled beneath a shawl of mossy wool. Above her, the winter clock ticks as gently as a sleeping animal. On the wall beside the desk hangs the key rack, old as the bridge itself. Wooden slats, hand-rubbed smooth, carry 2 rows of hooks, and dangling from them, keys of silver, iron, bone, driftwood. Each one has a tag. Each tag has a name. Tonight, one tag quivers. Pip, the bellboy firefly, is already there on the desk bell, tail dimmed to a candle ember. He peeks from under the brass dome and whispers, "It's stirring, keeper." "I hear it," Elowen answers, and sets the lamp where the glimmer will not glare. The inn has always preferred the gentler light. She lifts her hand to the rack, and the quivering stills, as if the key has held its breath. A guest stands in the doorway, their coat wet with the mist, their shoulders up around their ears, their eyes tired in the way that makes the world too fast and too loud. They say little. They do not need to. The inn hears the way their breathing stumbles. The cat does too, the keykeeper cat, ash gray and long-haired, who threads their legs once, then sits with a jingling of tiny rings on his collar, as if to say, "You are expected." Elowen smiles without showing teeth, the soft smile of someone who has lit 100 lamps for late arrivals. "Welcome," she says. "You are in good time. Your key woke before you asked." Her fingers close around the silver that trembled. A slim, old-fashioned key with a handle shaped like a rose in half bloom. Its tag is vellum thick as a petal, inked in a fine hand, Room of Rain Petals. The letters look like they might blur if they were breathed upon. "Will you let me carry your hurry for a while?" Elowen asks, almost not a question. The guest nods. There is a sound, then the tiniest shiver as the key leans toward the corridor like a needle choosing north. They walk single file along the runner, lamp glow sliding over framed sketches of the bridge in different seasons. In frost, in spring flood, in summer dragonflies, in autumn fog like tonight. The corridor smells of pine polish and baked sugar and something green, like cut apples. Pip drifts ahead, tail light rising whenever the floor dips, lowering when it lifts, as if mapping a quiet tide. The cat shepherds the guest from behind, tail brushing the runner, bells barely murmuring. When they stop before a door midway down, it is not the door that moves, but the air. A coolness slips from the keyhole, touched with the perfume of roses and wet stone. Elowen rests her free hand to the wood, closed-eyed, listening. You might think she hears through the palm. You would be right. Softly, she says, "This room teaches the slow drop. The guest, who has been bracing themselves for years, feels the brace loosen by a finger's width." Elowen turns the key. There is no clack, no heavy mechanism, only a long, silky click like a dew bead leaving the leaf. The door yields. At first, there is darkness, but not heavy darkness, more like a cloak held open. Then the lamp glow finds glass, and the glass finds the moon, and the room becomes itself. It is a conservatory under a night sky, a greenhouse ribbed in iron filigree, its panes fogged by a rain that falls from nowhere and everywhere at once. Warm rain. It drips from beams into wide, glazed bowls. It threads from gutters into chains that sing, bead to bead. It slips from leaves broad, lacquered leaves, and frilly, ferny leaves down onto the petaled faces of roses half open, overblown. Every sound is a cousin of hush. Every scent becomes warmth when it reaches the lungs. The guest steps in, and the floor, a mosaic of river-smoothed stones, warms the soles through wet socks. Pip waits on a low iron table where a teapot the color of old cream sighs into its spout. Steam lifts like a white moth. Elowen takes 2 cups from a shelf and sets them to warm upon the table's lip, but she does not pour yet. Instead, she guides the guest toward the center, where a shallow pool, no wider than a bed, holds rain like a mirror. "Listen," she says. They listen. The room reveals its orchestra. The large drops are timpani. The fitful rafters are violas. The drips from petal tips are a harp that never hurries. Somewhere, a night bird answers itself in sleep. Elowen stands beside the pool and hums a thread of melody, the kind one hums when folding sheets. The keykeeper cat installs himself near the threshold, front paws tucked, eyes half closed. Pip swings lazily under a fern, little lamp tail steady as a heartbeat. "Here," Elowen says to the guest, "we borrow the rhythm of the falling." She shows them how to sit upon the warm stones, how to rest their elbows on their knees, how to let the eyes unfocus so that the rain becomes a single shining thing. "Breathe with the beads," she murmurs, in as a drop gathers, out as it falls. The guests' breaths are clumsy at first, shoulders hitching, thoughts perpetually interrupting. Lists, phrases, pictures, out of order. Rain does not argue. It repeats itself until it becomes a kind of kindness. The shoulders descend another finger's width. Elowen pours tea dark, petal-scented, touched with honey. The first sip feels like a small sun melting behind the tongue. The second sip finds the cold places and invites them to thaw. On the far bench, roses lean. Their color is not the urgent pink of day, but night rose, a dusky, luminous, not quite red, that carries its own light. Elowen rises and pinches away a browned petal from one bloom, and as she does, another petal loosens and falls. It lands on the pool without a splash and drifts to the edge where tiny currents turn it, and turn it again until the pool has learned the petal's shape and slowed to match it. The slow drop, Elowen says, teaches us that beginnings and endings are the same motion at different moments. Falling is a choice and not a failure. The leaf lets go, and in the letting it becomes itself again. The guest's eyes blur, not from sorrow exactly, but from the simple relief of not holding everything up. They watch a thread of water hang at the tip of a fern, swell fat, shiver, and surrender, in as it gathers, out as it falls. They begin to match it, not perfectly, but faithfully, and the room, which notices such things, softens in reply. The rain grows marginally slower. The petals fall farther apart. The clock of the greenhouse, silent until now, tick-ticks once to remind the nervous system that time passes whether seen or not. Pib comes with a small glass lantern that hangs upon a hook. Elowen takes it and sets it upon the table to add a second, dimmer light beside the lamp. She speaks the inn's benediction for the first time this season, tasting the words to see if they still fit her mouth. Rest like rain, she says. Not all at once, just enough to green the dark. The guests' hands, which have been fists in their pockets all year, unmake themselves. Teacup to lips, they drink until the cup is empty. They do not ask what happens next. There is no next here, only the current moment made wide. Elowen fetches a blanket from a cedar chest. It smells of summer kept for winter. She lays it across the guest's shoulders, and then, with that old, deft tenderness that never asks for thanks, she adjusts it until the weight holds just so, the way a friend's hand might steady a branch for a bird. Would you like the door open or closed? She asks. Half, the guest murmurs, surprised by the sound of their own voice, how quiet it has become, how unafraid of the quiet around it. Half will do, Elowen says, and she wedges the door with a smooth river stone. The cat remains in the aperture, a gray comma to the sentence of the night. From the corridor, the long inn breathes. Fire in the sitting room settling, kettle in the kitchen drowsing, the bridge outside ringing the faintest single note as fog rubs metal. The rain goes on. The guest goes on with it, breath gathering, breath falling until their eyelids feel like the petals on the pool, too heavy to do anything but rest against water. Elowen dims the lamp to a low halo, scarcely more than a memory of light. Perhaps she hums then. Perhaps the hum becomes a tune. It finds a line in the air and writes itself there, easy and true. Fall, little drop, fall, little star, no need to hold. The far, rest, little breath, lean into night. I'll keep the door, I'll keep the light. Pip, who loves rhymes, glows brighter for a moment and then settles again. The guest has fallen into that first thin layer of sleep that is more listening than dreaming. The petals keep the slow waltz on the pool. The inn keeps the promise of enough. When Elowen finally rises, It is the way one rises from a bedside after smoothing a coverlet, cautiously, with respect for the same air that now keeps two hearts even. She lifts the unused key from the inside of the door and cradles it in her palm for a breath, as if warming it for the long night. Then she steps into the corridor. The keykeeper cat blinks and pads beside her. Pip rides her shoulder like a soft button of lantern light. At the rack, Elowen returns the key to its hook. The tag sways and quiets. Other keys gleam dully, asleep but listening. "Another room will wake tomorrow," Pip whispers. "They always do," Elowen says, voice low as felt. She touches the edge of the rack, and the wood responds with the faintest, fondest creak. She takes up the lamp and walks the corridor back the way she came, leaving behind a trail of warm dimness. The inn changes gears around her, slipping deeper into its own breathing. Outside, the bridge's fog thins and thickens, and the river tells the bank what rivers have always told banks. "We are going where we go. You may rest where you are." Behind the half-closed door, in the room of rain petals, a petal loosens without hurry and makes the journey from air to water as if it has all night, which, of course, it does. The guest's breath follows, in and out, drop and fall, until the room makes a small, contented quiet that needs no witness. Elowen smiles into the dark and puts out the lamp, and the hallway keeps the last word. A gentle, faithful hush. The inn drowses in the hour before dawn, when even the fog seems to sleep standing up. Outside, the silver bridge is a soft spine laid across the river, the lamps along it dimmed to points of pearl. Inside, the clocks hold their breath between ticks, as if waiting for someone kind to tell them when to begin again. Elowen comes along the corridor with her lamp shaded low. The light strokes the frames of old sketches, the thread in the runner, the polish on the banister, and turns them all into small, patient moons. Pip rides her shoulder, tail light the color of warm straw. The keykeeper cat moves without sound the way a comma moves, in a sentence quietly, precisely, making everything feel clearer for his passing. On the wall, the room keys of dreams glimmer like constellations on hooks. Tonight, it is the thin brass key with the round bow, stamped by a tiny sunburst that stirs. Its vellum tag reads in clean letters, "Room of Clockwork Birds." Pip tilts his head. "They woke a little early," he whispers, "but they're gentle about it." "They would be," Elowen says, and lays 2 fingertips on the tag until it stops trembling. She listens, the way she always listens through skin and bone, not only ears. "There's a guest whose thoughts keep making hours race each other," she murmurs. "We will ask the birds to slow the race to a walk." The door at the far end opens, careful as a thought one is not yet sure of. A guest steps in with a notebook clutched to their chest, edges furred with use. Their collar is crooked, their pulse visible at the throat, as if the heart has been running ahead to check the path. They nod at Elowen, eyes grateful and worn, and try to apologize with a smile for arriving in this thin blue hour. "You are not late," Elowen tells them, and it is true. There is no lateness here. Your key has been stretching like a cat. The cat blinks, pleased to be named without being asked to do anything at all. Together, they go down the corridor, Elowen first with the lamp, the guest next with the notebook hugged close, Pip gliding low like a kind of portable star, and the cat last, sweeping the runner with his long tail to smooth the night. The inn's air smells of citrus peel and beeswax, with a thread of metal, the clean, faint scent of old brass polished by careful hands. They stop before a door in a shallow arch. A hush stands behind it, the way a hush stands in a chapel before a choir breathes. Elowen turns the brass key. The sound is not a click, but a soft aligning, a yes of gears finding teeth exactly where they belong. The door yields, and the room spills out its dawn. It is a workshop and an aviary in one. Light gathers inside it from a sky slowly paling. Tall windows are veiled with gauze. The shapes of gears hang in the air like planets at different distances. On the workbenches lie small screwdrivers, cups of tiny springs, trays of feather-thin brass leaves. From a central frame rise perches, and on the perches rest clockwork birds, robins with hammered copper breasts, swallows with blued steel wings, a wren no larger than a thumb joint, her body engraved with vines. Every one of them is still. Every one of them breathes. It is a breath you'd miss if you listened for anything else. It is the breath of a spring returning to itself, of a balance wheel finding its slow, true swing. At intervals, somewhere deep in the room, a tick answers another tick, not like soldiers marching, but like a pair of friends saying here and here to each other across a field. Elowen rests the lamp on a shelf where it warms a dish of beeswax. She does not light anything brighter. Dawn will arrive when it arrives. Set your notebook down, she says to the guest, and indicates a padded stool. You may pick it up again later. For now, empty hands. The guest's fingers unclasp reluctantly and release the book. They rub their palms together, surprised by their own skin, by the simple fact of warmth traveling there. Elowen brings them a mug with a thin lip, steam slipping from an amber-colored brew. It smells like orange peel and something herbal whose name one does not need to know to be comforted by it. We call this the slow minute, she says. It is made of 5 leaves, but you will only taste 3. That is to remind the mind it doesn't have to attend to everything. Pip, who likes numbers and also likes ignoring them, drifts toward a robin and peeks into the small keyhole under its wing. He hums a note to match the robin's spring and looks pleased when he finds it. Elowen leads the guest to the central frame. Around it hangs a circle of fine chains. On each chain hangs a small weight in the shape of a seed, and from each weight, a delicate chain runs inward to a bird's breast. We will choose your hour bird, she says. Not the bird that owns you, the one you can befriend. The guest, who has been owned by hours for a long time, looks for a bird that looks fixed and bossy. But none look bossy. Their closed eyes are composed, their beaks relaxed. The wren's tiny toes hold her perch so gently that the word gentle feels larger for seeing it. Elowen touches the wren's breast with the tip of her smallest finger. The wren opens her eyes one blink. Elowen speaks something that is not language, but is understood, and the wren's gear heart begins, slow, 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 to turn. The guest hears it like a coin rolling in velvet. "This is quarter," Elowen says. She sings 4 notes, then rests. She teaches shortness with sweetness. Good for those who sprint and forget to stop. Quarter lifts her head. Her beak opens. A 4-note phrase, fragile as a porcelain teaspoon, tumbles out. Then a pause you can sit on. She repeats it, and space opens between the notes like little porches. The guest's lungs come over and sit down, surprised at how well the porch holds. Elowen lifts another seed weight. This is Mercy. A swallow nearby stirs, his steel blue wings catching dawn's first pale. He calls in long strokes and shows you how to lengthen without strain. Mercy sings a line held just long enough to carry across a field and be received without running. The line draws the shoulder blades down the guest's back as if smoothing a shirt, and here is keep. Elowen whispers to the tiniest of the birds, a robin with a notch on her tail. She counts, and the robin, obedient and mischievous at once, answers with 1, 2, 3, then 1 to 2, then 1. Not stern, not scolding, simply offering the simplest ladder. Elowen looks to the guest. Who calls you kindly? The guest tilts their ear this way and that. Quarter's 4-note porch, Mercy's long, easy ribbon, keeps small, reliable steps. Their heart, which has been running complicated races, leans toward the simplest ladder. They touch the seed weight marked with a little line. Keep wakes fully, and a faint whir agrees. Yes, yes, yes. Good, Elowen says, as if something both inevitable and utterly tender has occurred. We'll pair her with Mercy, so you may learn to begin and to continue, but not to rush. She takes the chain from Keep and drapes it across the guest's palm. The small weight makes a print in the skin, the exact, convincing weight of 1 minute. When 1 minute is enough, they sit at the central stool. Elowen shows how to tie the chain's end to a little hook on a wooden metronome shaped like a cottage. We'll let the birds keep house for you, she says, and sets the arm swinging not briskly, not lazily, but like a rocking chair, rocked by someone with a sleeping cat on their lap. Now, she tells the guest, we will make a dawn of your own. Do not write. Just watch the first light, recognize the birds, and let the body recognize the watching. The workshop listens with them. Gauze over the windows grows from pearl to milk. Quarter gives her 4-drop phrase, pause. Mercy throws his ribbon a little further. Pause. Keep counts 1, and the in counts breath. The amber drink moves through the chest like a small sun sent to scout the path. It finds tight places and sets a chair in each, a promise that you may return and sit there later, but not now. Pip floats to the window and presses his palms to the gauze, delighted by the way it dims and diffuses him into a small cloud. The keykeeper cat has chosen a spot on a coil of cord and become an artwork called Cat Asleep on Coil. One can tell from the angle of his ear that he is also aware of every bird, every chain, every sigh. Elowen adjusts nothing and everything by her manner. The guest feels time rearrange. It does not flee forward like a spooked herd. It pads back, amiable, to sniff their hand. They do not grab. They let it. Keep counts 1 again, and the guest has time to notice the little notch on her tail and how the notch makes the tail more itself. Mercy holds a note until the room's rafters hum a little, just enough for Bones to answer and settle. Quarter's 4-note porch keeps returning in the mind like a neighbor with a bowl of something warm. "How long will they sing?" the guest asks in a whisper, perhaps to avoid startling time. "As long as a good kettle takes," Elowen replies, just as softly. "Long enough to remind the morning of you, and you of morning." "How long is that?" Pip asks. Upside down now, a glow dot with dangling legs. Elowen smiles. "Long enough to stop making minutes fight each other. The birds do not tire. They are made for patience. Even their little springs seem to enjoy unwinding in the company of someone learning not to wind themselves so tight." The guest feels a loosening behind the eyes, a lowering of an inner drum. The e-book of plans that runs always inside the skull closes itself very gently, save for the last page, which keeps a finger in place, not to clutch, but to find later with ease. Keep counts 1 again, and the chest answers, "In." Mercy ribbons a line, and the chest answers, "Out." Quarter offers the porch, and the heart tries it, finds it holds, stays. Elowen lays a square of linen on the bench and arranges 3 small tools upon it, not to use, but because arranging is a kind of lullaby for the hands. "If you like," she says, "you may think of each keep as a moment you are allowed to arrive in. Not yet the next. This one." The guest nods. A tear has escaped one, all by itself, keep-like, and sits in the corner of an eye. They do not brush it away. It goes when it goes, and when it goes, it leaves cool air behind, clean as a rinsed glass. After a while that is not measured by anything sharp, the birds lower themselves. The chains ease. The metronome cottage's arm comes to rest, as if laying down a broom after sweeping a good, quiet floor. The light through gauze is the color of cream. Dawn has not broken. It has yawned and stretched and found a chair. Elowen lifts the chain from the guest's palm and lays it across her own like a thread she has promised to keep. She gives them their notebook back. It feels lighter. "If you wish," she says, "you may write 1 thing here, not a list, not a plan, a sentence to carry like a seed in a pocket." The guest writes, "1 is enough." The letters are rounder than usual. Pip applauds in tiny pats, delighted by sentences that behave. Elowen helps the guest stand. No hurry. The body has learned a new swing and wants to practice it on the way to the door. The keykeeper cat uncurls and stretches his spine, vertebra by vertebra, like a zipper opening the morning. He threads the guest's ankles with approval and escorts them to the threshold. "Open or closed?" Elowen asks. "Today," the guest says, after listening to their chest weigh the question. "Closed for a while. I'll open the next door when Keep says one." "Very good," Elowen says. as if the simplest thing can also be the wisest. She closes the door with a soft catch. The workshop hums once more like a cat purring itself back to sleep. They walk the corridor to the key rack. The fog outside is lifting in polite folds. Somewhere, the river clicks against a sunken chain. Elowen returns the brass key to its hook. The tag room of clockwork birds shines for a breath, then settles with the rest. Pip leans his small back against the rack, satisfied. Do you think the hours will remember to be kind? They already are, Elowen says. We only needed to introduce them. The keykeeper cat gazes down the corridor where a faint, warm rectangle, someone's door, glows. Elowen lowers the lamp's shade until the flame becomes merely a promise. The inn inhales, the bridge exhales. In the workshop, a tiny wren counts one in her sleep, and morning, unalarmed, arrives in its own good time. Snow has been in the air all afternoon without quite choosing to fall. By night, the air has made up its mind. Flakes arrive like polite visitors, knocking softly on the windows of the silver bridge and lingering on the stone before slipping into the river's dark sleeve. The inn listens the way old houses do, board by board, hinge by hinge, pleased to be a shelter for weather to sing against. Elowen walks the corridor with her lamp turned low, its chimney hazed by the first cold. The light seems to know the way without seeing it, grazing the carved baseboards, stirring a murmur from the runner. Pip rides in her pocket, a little warm star cupped by wool, head poking out to watch the draft carry his breath like smoke. The keykeeper cat goes ahead, tail lifted, fur fluffed slightly by winter. He likes nights that smell of snow and paper. On the wall, the key rack looks as if someone has hung a night sky and arranged its stars. A pale, bone-handled key, tinged the color of frost, begins to shiver. Its tag is a thick slip of vellum pricked with tiny pearly dots. Room of the Winter Library, the handwriting says, steady and fine. At the lower right corner, a single mote of silvery dust has settled and will not brush off as if the tag has been kissed by a moth's wing. You felt them, Elowen whispers to the key, and the quiver softens to a listening stillness. The guest tonight stands just inside the inn door, rubbing their hands together to coax back warmth. Their eyes carry the clean ache of too much looking screen blue shadows, print-tired lids. A shape of a book rides their breath. Not the book itself, but the way thoughts keep turning pages after the hands have put the volume down. Their shoulders lift and lower with the rhythm of someone reading, even when not reading. Welcome, Elowen says, and her voice takes the stiffness out of the entrance air. We have kept a quiet for you that knows how to close itself. Pip peeps from her pocket and glows a greeting. The cat circles the guest's ankles once, leaving behind a silk thread of approval. They go along the corridor together. Their passing draws from the wood those little sighs that mean a place is inhabited, cherished, known. As they approach the chosen door, the temperature falls a thread, not a chill, precisely, more the softness of air that has traveled through pages. Elowen turns the bone-white key, and the latch yields with a sound like a ribbon pulled from a book and laid aside. The room of the Winter Library opens like memory. It is not large, but it feels boundless in the way some sentences do the ones that open a window rather than a box. Shelves line the walls, reaching up into a high dimness where carved beams cross like gentle antlers. Books nap there in their winter colors, blues and grays, fir greens, the browns of chestnut bark. Quilts fold across the backs of deep chairs, their stitched stars and pinwheels muted by age until they resemble snow seen through a veil. And the moths, snow moths, not the drab creatures who nibble wool and hide in corners, but winter's own milk-white, velvet-winged, with tiny soft bodies that carry a quiet so tender it leaves no mark. They settle on spines and titles, on the lamp's brass, on the ledges where no one dusts, because the dust is part of the hush. When they move, the air changes temperature by a whisper. When they settle, a paragraph ends. Elowen sets the lamp on a side table where a pot squats like a friendly kettle in a knit cap. The lid lifts on a little cloud that smells of cocoa, cinnamon, and the remembered warmth of a kitchen you once stood in as a child but cannot name. She does not pour yet. The room is a ritual. Rituals like to be greeted before they are served. We borrow two kinds of quiet here, Elowen murmurs, the libraries and the snows. Together they make the sort that closes books for you. The guest smiles, the way a mouth smiles when it wants to cry, but finds something gentler instead. Their shoulders give the smallest consent. Elowen offers a chair drawn close to a low table on which lies a single velvet-lined tray with 3 objects: a thin ribbon bookmark, a sprig of pressed fir sealed in glass, and a card printed with a circle. On the circle, 3 small marks are labeled: look, linger, leave. This is for those who read past their own comfort, Elowen says, sitting opposite. We practice ending. Pip alights on the tray's edge, fists tucked under his chin, a scholar of endings tonight. The cat chooses the top of a stack of atlases and becomes a furred bookend. Elowen lifts the ribbon. Look, she says softly. Look once at the book or thought you are carrying. Name it kindly, not as a task, but as a companion ready to sleep. She glances to the shelves. The guest follows, letting their gaze rest on a title without reaching. The title looks back in the way good books do, acknowledging the reader as one of its own. The moth on that spine shifts and resettles, and the guest feels named and released at once. Elowen picks up the little glass with the fur caught inside. Linger, she says. Rest your attention on one small, beautiful thing and allow the mind to graze, not graze and run. 5 breaths, no more. She places the glass in the guest's palm. Beneath it, the pressed needles are a tiny forest preserved in winter's brief hold. The guest counts without counting. A slow inhale, the fir scent imaginary but convincing. A slow exhale, a flake landing. Elowen sets the circle card between them. Leave, she says gently. Close not the book, the door. The book may remain open as guests do, but tonight it stays where it is. We will close the door to it with a soft hand and promise to open in morning light. The guest's throat makes a sound like a page turned in the right place. "I don't always know how to leave," they whisper. "That is why the snow moths are here." Elowen smiles. They land on endings and make them soft. She pours cocoa into 2 wide cups whose rims have been warmed against the lamp. The first for the guest, the second for the inn. "Sip," she says. "Hold the book only by its scent, not its weight." The room permits silence. In silence, the sounds reveal themselves one by one. Logs tick in a small grate. Snow threads the windows with gentle fingernails. Someone 2 rooms away exhales in sleep. A moth lifts, drifts a slow inch, and lands on the guest's cup, rests like a pale comma on a dark sentence. The guest laughs under their breath, the honest, surprised kind that shakes loose the gummed edges of worry. "Now," Elowen says, and gestures toward a shelf at eye height. "We will choose not to read." She guides the guest to stand in front of the shelf and simply be there. The trick, if it is a trick, is no trick at all. Hands behind back to prevent reaching, chin tucked to keep eyes soft, breath falling into the belly. The titles become less like summonses and more like friends asleep with the covers pulled up. One after another, the moths drift from spine to spine as if tucking the books in. "Elowen?" the guest murmurs, embarrassment and hope sharing the same small room in the voice. "If a chapter calls me like a bell, listen to the bell and bow without entering," she answers. We honor calls by not obeying all of them at once. They stand a little longer. The room pulls a quilt of quiet over their heads. The guest's knees unlock. The jaw unhooks. The inner habitation, that place where Liszt's queue rearranges its furniture into softer shapes. When Elowen touches the guest's sleeve, it is not to urge, but to bless what is already happening. "Come," she says, and leads them to a window seat carrying a quilt pieced of stars, so faded they resemble the pale shadows snow casts on itself by moonlight. She lays the quilt over the guest's legs and tucks the edges until the weight is even and the mind gives up resisting such carefulness. We practice a page that ends. From the low table, she takes a small, blank book, no more than a handful, bound in gray cloth. She opens to the first page, writes the date on the top line, then slides it to the guest with a cedar pencil whose point is dull enough to discourage cleverness. "One sentence," she says, "not about the world, about your mercy to yourself." The guest's fingers find the pencil heavy in a comforting way. They write slowly, like a person learning a new hand. I may close the book and still be true to it. The room hears the sentence and nods in its beams. Pip claps once, in the way of a child in church who quite forgets themselves and is forgiven by the entire choir. A moth lifts from the guest's knee, turns and returns, approving. "Now," Elowen says, "we will finish." She goes to a low shelf and draws out a wooden box with a velvet bed inside. A ribbon nestles there, the same ribbon from the tray, but longer, cut in the practical, compassionate diagonal that never frays. She places it across the blank book and closes the cover on it, leaving one end peeking out. "This is the promise kept," she says, "not to your book, but to your breath." The guest watches as one of the snow moths travels from the window to the book's spine and rests there, as if to be the weight of a fingertip. It leaves no dust. It leaves the idea of dust, which is gentler. "Would you like the lamps to stay as they are?" Elowen asks. "Or shall I dim them to a story told by embers?" The guest answers by letting their head tip to the side and close their eyes. Elowen draws the wick down slowly until the room is left with only the grate and the snow and the hush that happens when no one is trying to keep time. Pip curls into the spoon of his own light inside Elowen's pocket. The cat shifts once on the atlases, then stills, a guardian statue with warm bones. Elowen sits a little while in the chair opposite, hands folded around her cup, not drinking, only sharing heat. She hums, not a melody this time, but the remembered cadence of a librarian stamping cards and sliding books across polished wood long ago. The hum becomes words without edges, a blessing shaped like wool, close and be kept, end and be held, sleep and be read by the kindest eyes. When the guest's breath lengthens in the way that means dreams have begun arranging furniture in the next room, Elowen stands. She moves with the slow care of snow on a ledge. She lifts the bone-white key from the inside and balances it across her fingers as if testing the weight of quiet itself. The moth on the spine opens and closes its wings once, and in that delicate motion, the room agrees to keep watch. The corridor outside accepts her. The cold has come closer to the door in her absence. She closes it against the weather with a soft click that feels like the last line of a stanza. The keykeeper cat slides out beside her, pausing to look back, as he always does, to be certain his shadow remains useful. Pip peeps from the pocket, warm and blinking. At the key rack, Elowen hangs the frost-touched key on its hook. The vellum tag room of the winter library carries its settle-down smell into the air for a breath and then becomes still with the others. Beyond the windows, the snow falls in a language the inn speaks fluently. The bridge hums one low note as the river shoulders by beneath. "Tomorrow," Pip murmurs, half to himself, "we might wake a lantern, or a tide, or both," Elowen says, smiling into the soft sway of keys. But tonight belongs to endings. She lowers the lamp until the chimney shows only a seed of flame. The inn inhales and hums to itself, comfortable in the company of its sleeping guests and books and moths. Behind the closed door, the winter library holds the pause at the end of a page and holds it until the page itself dreams it has turned. Evening comes to the silver bridge as if it were a market shutting its eyes. The river keeps a low murmur like coins in a velvet purse, and the fog braids itself into gentle chords between lampposts. Inside the inn, supper warmth drifts out of the kitchen and spreads a soft amber through the halls. It smells of peel and clove, of bread briefly remembering wheat fields, of something sweet that does not insist on being eaten. Elowen walks the corridor with her lamp hooded low. Pip rides on the curve of her wrist, tail light the color of warm honey. The keykeeper cat pads ahead, whiskers tasting the air, a bell on his collar giving the faintest conversational chime. At the key rack, a pendant of thick, translucent resin, more charm than key gathers and releases the light. Suspended within the amber is a tiny honeycomb, perfect as a prayer said by bees. Its vellum tag gleams. Room of amber stalls. A guest with evening hunger. Elowen murmurs, listening through her fingertips on the tag. Not for food alone, also for comfort that arrives too quickly and leaves even quicker. The amber key warms against her palm, as if remembering a sunlit field. The guest waits near the stair, coat unbuttoned, eyes caught in that after-supper restlessness that opens cupboards, scrolls menus, counts what is left of the day, as if the day were ajar. Their mouth is shy about smiling, as if afraid one kindness will invite 10 cravings. They look up when Elowen comes, and the look says, "I would like to want less loudly." "You came at the right dusk," Elowen says, voice like a woven basket. "We will let sweetness speak in slow syllables." Together, with Pip as small lantern and the cat as velvet escort, they go down the corridor. The runner hushes underfoot. The frames on the wall hold sketches of stalls and strings of lights and hands passing cups. Before the chosen door, the air shifts warm, fragrant, threaded with the soft hum of many voices, speaking gently and all at once. Elowen fits the amber key into a honey-colored lock and turns. The sound is a thrum, as if a hive answered yes. The door opens onto night and market, not the jostling kind, but a river of booths glowing with honey lanterns, globes of glass filled with thick gold light that seems to pour rather than shine. All along a cobbled lane, awnings ripple in a breeze that smells of orange blossom and toasted nuts. Stalls display quiet treasures, jars the color of late afternoon, trays of sugared peels, bowls of roasted seeds, cakes dense with fruit, cut into small, respectful squares. No hawkers lean out to clamor. The vendors' voices are lamps in themselves, low, warm, content to be heard only by those who come close. Elowen lifts her lamp, and its light joins the others, not brighter, only companionable. The cobbles are warm underfoot, as if they keep memories of sun. Between stalls, strings of paper pennants drift like tame moths. Pip darts upward, delighted, and comes back with a grain of sugar on his sleeve like a captured star. The keykeeper cat examines a tray of honey-dipped spoons and chooses a place to sit from which he can approve everything at once. "This market trades in pacing," Elowen says softly to the guest. "You may taste, you may choose, but first you will practice approach." They stop at the first stall. Behind it stands a woman with wrists like willow switches and a smile with corners turned down by kindness. Jars behind her are labeled in looping script: wildflower, chestnut, heather, orange blossom, buckwheat. On the counter lie tasting spoons of wood, each with a single bead of honey. A sign says, "1 drop, 3 breaths." Elowen nods toward the spoons, and the vendor inclines her head like a lantern bowing to wind. The guest takes the nearest spoon wildflower and hesitates, as if an alarm might sound. No alarm sounds, only Pip's tiny, approving hum and the soft brush of the cat's tail. 1 drop, 3 breaths. Eowyn repeats and demonstrates. Tip the spoon so the bead meets the tongue. Wait for the bloom of field and sunlight to unfold. Breathe once to greet it, twice to feel it loosen, thrice to let it go. The guest mimics her, shy and intent. The sweetness arrives small enough to hold. It leaves slowly enough to be thanked. They move to the next stall, where a man with sleeves rolled to the elbow tends a copper pan of candied peels. Steam carries citric brightness into the dim. Squares of peel rest on a screen, dusted with fine sugar that looks like frost. A sign here says, "For longing, not for filling." Take 2. Walk on. Choose, Eowyn whispers, but the word is not a command. The guest consults their mouth the way one might consult a map for a scenic route rather than a shortcut. They select 2 small squares, 1 lemon, 1 orange, and lay them on the tongue one at a time with the patience of someone unwrapping a letter. The first is a bell rung in a winter kitchen. The second is a window opened onto summer. The wanting inside them, once wide and loud, narrows into a slender, pleasant river. They wander. A stall of roasted seeds clicks softly like rain against a tin roof as the vendor stirs them with a wooden paddle. Paper cones stand ready, thin as leaves. The sign says, "For hands that need weight, for mouths that need many small yeses." Eowyn buys a cone and pours half into the guest's palm, half into her own. They eat without hurry, listening for the tiny agreements each seed makes with the tongue. At a booth hung with pale beeswax candles, a child sleeps on a pile of folded cloth while their parent trims wicks with silver scissors. The air there smells like church without sermons. Eowyn touches a candle, then touches the guest's sleeve. "This helps some," she says. "Carry scent in your pocket. Let it remind you that sweetness is a light, not a ladder." The guest tucks the idea into their chest. The market's soundscape gentle haggling, the tap of tongs, the occasional clink of glass settles into a slow heartbeat. Want, that old drummer, listens and takes a softer mallet. They come to a long table set with cups no larger than thimbles. A sign, "Sips of amber tea." The brewer, hair in a scarf, eyes made of twilight, lifts a kettle and fills 3 tiny cups. The tea smells of bee bread and orange leaf. "Name a gratitude while it's hot," the brewer says, and a second as it cools, and a third when you can see your face in it. Eowyn nods for the guest to go first. Their throat works. At last, quietly, they say, "Warm hands." The second, a chair waiting. The third, after their face appears in the tea like a coin at the bottom of a wish well. Permission. Good. The brewer smiles, and it feels like being given a shawl that fits. Behind them, a stall strings, honey lanterns, as if stringing stars. Each globe holds a thick, luminous syrup with a wick resting inside, burning low and steady. Eowyn stops beneath them and tilts her head. "This is where we learn the small plate," she tells the guest. She leads them to a counter where an assortment waits. 2 slices of apple fanned like pages, a shard of hard cheese, 3 almonds, a raisin the size of a little story, a cracker with a brush of honey. Not a feast, a still life. The vendor passes it over on a wooden board the size of an open hand. "Carry," Elowen says. They carry. They find a narrow table against a painted post and stand side by side, elbows almost touching. The market moves gently around them as though they were stones placed in a good stream. Elowen takes a breath as if taking a cue from a conductor. The guest follows. They eat with the lamp's pace apple first, a bell, almond, a pebble, cheese, a hearth, cracker with honey, a window with a curtain half drawn. The raisin last, a small, sweet ending that does not ask for another story. Between each, they let the honey lanterns say what light says when it doesn't need to be bright. Enough, enough, enough. Pip lights on the board and steals nothing, which is its own kind of feast. The keykeeper cat, who at first refused a saucer of goat's milk out of principle, changes his mind out of curiosity and laps once, ceremonious. The guest's shoulders, earlier tight as tied bags, loosen their knots. The kind of hunger that scans and chooses and scans again, relaxes into the kind that thanks and steps away. Elowen guides them to the far end of the lane, where a small weighing table waits. On it rests a scale with 2 shallow pans and a pile of smooth river stones. "For the way home," she says. "Place in one pan what calls you now, not the thing itself, just the name of it. In the other, place a stone you will carry a weight of gentleness." She writes on a small card and hands the pencil over. The guest hesitates, then writes a single word, "more." The letters look tired. In the other pan, they set a smooth, warm gray stone the size of a plum. The scale steadies, equal at last. "Carry the stone in your pocket," Elowen murmurs. When more rises, touch the stone and ask, "Would enough do?" The guest laughs, a tiny, watery laugh like the sound a spoon makes in a cup. They slide the stone into their coat. Market voices lean toward lullaby. The honey lanterns lower themselves a breath. Vendors begin to wrap threads, fold cloths, tuck jars into boxes not to leave, only to rest. The lane learns its own yawn. "Would you like the door open or closed when we leave?" Elowen asks. "Half," the guest says, after thinking with their chest. "So the scent can follow, but not chase." "Half will do," Elowen agrees. She turns the amber key. The lanterns blink once, as if nodding, and the door eases toward the corridor's dim. They walk back through the inn, the market's warmth riding with them like a gentle second coat. The keykeeper cat goes in a slow Z, satisfied with his patrol. Pip hums softly, a bee who has learned bedtime. At the rack, Elowen hangs the amber key on its hook. The comb inside it glints a captured summer, promising not to leave in winter. The guest touches their pocket where the stone rests and lifts their eyes to Elowen. "Enough," they say, testing the word. "It fits." "Enough," Elowen echoes. The inn's benediction tonight. Sweetness that teaches, not commands. Light that pours, not shouts. She lowers the lamp until only a seed of gold remains. The hallway holds them for a moment longer, the way a palm holds a fruit to feel its weight. Doors along the corridor glimmer with the soft squares of sleeping rooms. Somewhere, a kettle sighs itself empty. The bridge outside rings a note the color of honey on stone. Elowen listens until the note goes and smiles. "Good night," she says to the guest, to the lanterns already dim behind a closed door, to the pockets where stones keep company with hands. May your hunger learn the shape of home. And the inn, pleased with the trade it has made rest for restlessness, gratitude for grasping, settles deeper onto its foundations and dreams of fields in flower, each bloom a quiet lamp unhurried to burn. Night has polished the silver bridge to a long, quiet bone. Fog leans its shoulder to the arches. The river hums a low note learned from stones. Inside the inn, the air is salted faintly by a bowl of dried kelp on the windowsill. Elowen keeps it there for travelers who miss the sea. The floorboards remember boats tonight and creak like old planks that have carried weather. Elowen comes along the corridor with her lamp turned to a shoreline glow. Pip dangles from the wire guard like a small buoy light, tail a pale green gleam. The keykeeper cat walks ahead, toes careful, as if stepping between waves only he can see. At the rack, a key of thick, wave-smoothed glass begins to hum, not loudly, just enough to lend the air a shell's whisper. Inside the glass, a thread of seaweed is caught as if mid-swim. The vellum tag ripples where no wind moves it. Room at the tide, a mind full of lists, Elowen murmurs, her fingers resting on the tag, and a heart heavy with not yet. The key warms in her palm like a stone kept in a pocket all day. The guest stands near the stair with a satchel that sags, its clasp bulging with folded papers. They have that particular bend at the neck that comes from reading tasks as if they were weather reports. More coming, storm soon, take caution. Their hands open and shut around nothing, like nets that never learned enough. "Welcome," Elowen says, as if greeting both person and tide. "Tonight the sea will sort with you." Pip buzzes an encouraging note, and the cat, who does not like satchels but likes travelers, passes between the guest's ankles in a single soft loop. Together they go down the corridor, the runner unrolling underfoot like a long shore. The lamp's light shells the walls. Somewhere, far in the structure of the house, a rope sighs over a beam, the way rigging answers wind. Before the chosen door, the air cools and grows wet by a breath. Elowen fits the sea glass key to a lock that is not metal at all, but oiled driftwood grown to its shape. The sound when she turns it is a distant gull. The door opens, and the inn exhales salt. The room at the tide is a beach laid under a roof of sky. The ceiling is high and faded, painted once, and then again by time into the softest blue. Lanterns hang low, hooded against a wind that doesn't exactly exist, but moves through the hair nonetheless. The floor is sand firm, clean, cool to the soul. To one side, a curve of stones cups a long, shallow pool that answers the moon with a patient in. not stealing, not giving too much, just its portion. Along the far wall, shelves hold bottles of sea glass that glow from within, each singing a note too small to frighten and too clear to ignore. Elowen's lamp joins the lanterns like a new star, whose name you don't need to know to love. She gestures for the guest to unburden. They loosen the satchel's clasp and set it upon a bench of driftwood. Papers look smaller when they lie down, like waves after they break. Shoes? Elowen offers. The guest glances at the sand, at the way it keeps its cool kindly. They nod and slip out of their shoes. Their toes read the grains. Something in the chest, old and tied stiff, drops a notch nearer ease. We will begin with the listening shelf, Elowen says. She leads them to the bottles. Greens like shallow water, blues like deep noon, browns like dockwood, and a few milk white like fog turned to glass. Each bottle holds a tiny shell, a bead of salt, and a captive hum. A card leans below them. Choose one echo. Let it name what is already loosening. Pip drifts near and leans his ear to the shelf. Chubby hands cupped to make more ear of himself. The keykeeper cat investigates a coil of rope and then curls into it, making of rope and cat an ampersand. The guest reaches for a small green bottle. It vibrates in the hand the way a chord hums the wood of a violin. The sound is neither happy nor sad. It is tidy. It is the sound of a net mended and put away. The guest nods, surprised to be understood by glass, and places the bottle by the driftwood bench. We will make sand lines, Elowen says. She kneels, smoothing an oval of sand near the edge where the pool's lip just reaches, and not much more. With a little cedar stick, she draws a line and writes in round, even letters, must. Then she draws a second line, a handspan below, and writes, maybe. A third, lower still, leave. The guest kneels too, the satchel beside them like a dog that hasn't decided whether to heel. Elowen passes them the cedar stick. We will let the tide be your helper, she says. The first line will resist. The second will blur. The third. She lifts her hand, palm up, and then lets it fall gently. The water knows what to do. The room's pool inhales. The sound is silk, dragged slowly over a table. Elowen watches the guest choose the first paper. They unfold it, breathe once as if sniffing a wind to see if it carries rain, and write in the must-band 4 plain words, call aunt in morning. The stick makes a crisp path. The letters look steadier than the hand that made them. They unfold another paper, eyes narrowing at all its bossy ink. It contains a plan with edges that cut. They read the plan as if reading a loud child a bedtime story until the child grows drowsy. Then, carefully, they write in the maybe band, bake bread this week. The tide lifts within the pool as if looking, lowers as if nodding. A third paper unfurls a list of improvements for a self already improving. The guest's mouth tightens. It has bitten this hook before. Elowen lays 2 fingers lightly on the wrist, not to stop, only to steady. The guest exhales as if releasing a bird that would not be kept. They write in the leave band, Learn 3 new apps. Their handwriting here is shy, like someone slipping out. The tide arrives, edges velvet. The first lick of water reaches the leaf line, reads it with its tongue, and takes it in, letter by letter, without hurry, without malice. The words pale, dissolve, vanish. The guest watches their jaw unclench without asking permission. It stays unclenched. The tide lifts again and blurs the maybe line until the letters keep their shape but forget their sharpness. The must line darkens and holds. You see, Elowen says, you still have morning. You also have bread when bread becomes a comfort and not a contest. And the rest goes back to sea, where so many bright, unnecessary things belong. Pip performs a small somersault of agreement and ends it with his chin in the sand, giggling into his own glow. The cat opens one eye because he has never unlearned shepherding, then closes it again because everyone is where they should be. Elowen rises and leads the guest to the pool's curve, where smooth stones lie like punctuation periods, commas, ellipses. Choose a keeper stone for the pocket, she says, and an anchor stone for the bedside. The guest weighs them in their palm, a small round one, calm as a yes, a flat oval, patient as a long answer. They slip the first into the satchel, the second into the mind already imagining it's cool beside the pillow. Now, Elowen whispers, we practice the tide breath. She stands with feet just where the water kisses the sand and shows how to soften the knees as the water comes in and let the shoulders sigh as it goes out. In with the reach, she says, out with the return. The guest follows, clumsy first, then with the natural grace of a body that remembers beaches it has never seen. The pool inhales, the pool exhales. The rhythm finds the chest and writes itself there like sea script that refuses to be urgent. The guest's head, which has been a harbor crammed with masts, clears until there is one boat, one sail, one direction, sleep. Elowen walks to the shelf again and takes down a milk-white bottle. This one holds night tide. She smiles. It teaches the mind how to ebb when the world is dark. She uncorks it and lets one drop fall to the sand. The drop becomes sound a small drawl and hush, and the guest feels a place behind their eyes soften like a rope unwound. They wander a little because the room welcomes wandering. Nets hang for decoration, mended with different colors of thread, proof that repair can be gentle. A line of tiny buoys makes a smiling necklace along the wall. On a peg, a towel hangs with its ends, aligned the kind of order that helps but does not demand. Elowen pours sea amber tea from a tin kettle into squat cups. It tastes like fennel and sweetness and a hint of salt. A sip for arrival, a sip for release, she says. The guest sips both, and the satchel on the bench looks somehow less boss. Would you like to write one sentence? Elowen asks. She produces a little slate and a stub of chalk smoothed by many thumbs. Only what the tide left you. The guest thinks with their feet, feeling the in and out alongside the ankle bones. Then they write, only what matters, and and not all of it tonight. Chalk dust kisses their fingertips. The sentence steadies the air. Pip applauds with the softest claps known to any shore. The cat lifts his head and decides to agree. Open, closed, or half? Elowen asks when they return to the door. The guest looks at the pool, at the 3 bands, at the bottle humming steadily in the drift of lantern light. Half, they say, so I can hear the sea without trying to carry it. Half will do, Elowen answers, pleased. She sets a wedge of smooth shell to keep the door a hand's breadth ajar. The room breathes salt into the corridor. Not much, just enough to lay a film of brave on the tongue. They walk back. The inn has turned its great sleeping face more deeply toward its pillow. The bridge outside sighs a single sea-cool note. At the rack, Elowen hangs the sea glass key on its hook. The tag room at the tide lies quiet as a calm night. The guest touches the satchel. Lighter now, not because anything was thrown away badly, but because everything unnecessary was returned kindly. Their eyes look rinsed. Thank you, they say, and the words come out like shells laid gently on a sill. Elowen nods. Let the tide keep sorting while you sleep. If thoughts arrive, put them at the waterline. The sea will edit. Pip nestles into the curve of the key rack's wood, a little lighthouse at rest. The keykeeper cat goes to the stair, pausing on the 3rd step to be admired by nobody in particular. Elowen lowers the lamp until it becomes a seed of shore fire. Rest easy, she says the inn's benediction, shaped for salt. In with the reach, out with the return. Behind the half-open door, the pool breathes its measured promise to the sand, and somewhere in the shelves, a sea glass bottle sings itself into stillness. The lists loosen into driftwood. The room keeps watch, and the tide, expert at endings, goes on laying the night in quiet layers until morning can find its way across without wetting its feet. Wind combs the crowns of the tall pines beyond the silver bridge, and the inn hears the combing in its rafters. Night is deep but not heavy, more like a quilt turned down, with the corner folded to show the stitched stars. Somewhere in the stairwell, a draught makes a low flute of the banister. The house is awake enough to be kind and sleepy enough to keep its voice down. Elowen lifts her lamp and takes the narrow back stairs that lead toward the eaves. Pip floats beside her shoulder like a pocket moon. His tail light the green of pine needles after rain. The keykeeper cat goes ahead as if he is drawing the way with his whiskers, pausing at each turn to be sure the humans interpret his punctuation correctly. On the key rack, a small iron key worked with a pine cone at its bow has been humming all evening. Its vellum tag smells faintly of sap and wood smoke. Whispering pines, the attic hearth. When Elowen's fingers touch the tag, the hum softens into a purr, a guest whose bones remember a place they are not in, she murmurs, listening through her fingertips. Homesickness, with no map, or too many. At the foot of the stair, the guest waits with a scarf wound twice around their neck as if to hold their own voice in. Their eyes are polished with travel and longing both. The way they stand says they have not found where to set their bag down inside themselves. "Come," Elowen says, and the word sounds like a warm coat. "We keep a room for people who miss a place they cannot name." The stairs are narrow, treads shaped by decades of careful feet. The lamp brushes the angled ceiling with an amber arc. As they rise, the air changes by threads. First beeswax, then clean wood, then the evergreen breath of stored pine cones. Pip bumps a low beam and laughs at himself, a light in a small lantern. The cat's bells murmur like cups touching saucers far away. At the attic landing, the air tips cool for a moment, then warms again as if the room beyond were exhaling. Elowen slides the iron key into a latch that feels handmade by someone who loved hinges. The sound as it turns is a quiet, decisive home. The attic hearth opens low and wide, a sloped ceiling room paneled in honeyed boards that hold the day's heat like a memory. A cast iron stove sits at the room's heart, its door showing a small, courteous fire. Above it, a length of copper pipe rises and disappears through the beams. On that pipe hang 3 wind chimes made of old keys, thimbles, and thin discs of wood. They sound not with wind, but with the slow breathing of the house. The floor is layered with rag rugs in dusk colors. A low table holds a fat brown teapot wrapped in a knitted sleeve. In one corner, a cedar chest breathes the smell of stored blankets. Along the far wall, a window set under the eaves shows the pines keeping watch, dark brushstrokes against a lighter dark. Elowen rests the lamp on a shelf where it will be companion, not competition, to the stove. She gestures toward a wide chair with arms rubbed satin by grateful hands. "This room teaches a portable ritual," she says. "We will build it together so you can carry it anywhere. Shawl, steam, 3 breaths, sleep." The guest's face changes at that. Something loosens that had been holding the mouth in the wrong shape. They sit. The chair receives them the way good chairs do, not as furniture, but as agreement. Pip flits to the window, palms pressed to the glass. His light makes a soft halo on the pane that looks like a far, friendly house. The keykeeper cat inspects the stove, approves, and curls at a safe distance, becoming an exhibit titled "Cat Near Heat." Elowen kneels by the cedar chest. The lid lifts with the delicate, dignified groan of good wood. Inside, blankets lie folded to the size of comfort. Wool in heathered greens, browns with a memory of bark, gray like cloud bellies. She chooses a shawl the color of lichen and brings it to the guest. When she drapes it over their shoulders, she does not drop it all at once. She lets the weight happen in 2 gentle installments, the body's way of hearing yes. "First," she says, smoothing the shawl where it falls, weight and warmth. "Let the shawl be the room's hand when the room cannot travel with you." The stove ticks small, ticks the sound of embers deciding. Elowen pours from the fat teapot into a wide cup. Steam rises in a clean ribbon. The scent is of pine tips, a thread of honey, a whisper of lemon. "Second," she says, handing the cup to the guest. "Steam." It teaches the head to understand the chest again. The guest holds the cup as one might hold a longed-for face, grateful and careful. They breathe the rising heat before they drink. Their shoulders drop the distance of a buttonhole. Elowen sits on the low stool beside them and folds her hands in her lap. "Third," she says, 3 breaths, each with a different door. She lifts her own hands, showing without insisting. "Breath 1 arriving," she says. "In through the nose, find the cool on the back of the throat. Out through the mouth, barely open, as if you were fogging a window to draw a small heart." The guest follows. The window obliges with a little milk of breath. Pip draws a tiny heart there with one fingertip and looks pleased to be literal. "Breath 2, unpacking," Elowen continues. "In through your collarbones, if you can feel such things. Imagine them as shelves you dust gently, out through the ribs, as if you were loosening your laces after a long day." The guest inhales cautious, exhales longer. The laces give. Somewhere behind their eyes, a door unlatches. "Breath 3 belonging," Elowen says very softly. In through the soles of the feet, as if the floor were earth that knew your name, out through the back of the heart. The guest closes their eyes to find the soles more clearly. On the out-breath, something unseen in the room nods, satisfied. The chimes stir keys against thimbles, wood against wood, murmuring the sound of a porch in a friendly wind. Outside, the pines answer with a long, slow hush, like pages turned by weather. Elowen lifts the shawl's edge and tucks it, not as if making a bed for a child, but as if acknowledging a traveler who has arrived. "Homesickness," she says, "is the love of a place that sometimes disguises itself as grief. If the place is a person or a time or a house with no door anymore, the love can still have a bed." She sets 3 small things on the low table: a pine cone, a flat river stone, and a postcard with no image, only a pale square. "Choose a token for each breath," she murmurs. "Pine for arriving evergreen, even in winter. Stone for unpacking weight that holds without arguing. Postcard for belonging blank space to send yourself a good address." The guest touches each in turn. When fingers curl around the pine cone, its scales whisper under the skin, and something about the smell dry, resinous, honest points their compass. The stone sits in the palm like a thought that doesn't demand words. The blank postcard nods to possibility without hurry. They place the 3 in a row and align their edges the way some hearts align cutlery in new kitchens to make the room friendly sooner. Pip, earnestly ceremonial, holds up a match. Elowen shakes her head no more fire, and instead opens the stove door a finger's width so the glow can breathe bigger without becoming a blaze. The light liquesces across the floorboards. The cat's whiskers turn into thin comets. "Would you like a sound to carry with the shawl?" Elowen asks. Some take the chimes. Some take the stove's tick. Some prefer the pines. "Pines," the guest says at once, then laughs at their own quickness. "Please." Elowen nods and goes to the window. She slides the latch and opens it the smallest of cracks. Cold air touches the room with a clean glove. The pine hush pours in, not loud, just true. It has the shape of distance without loneliness. Pip, serious now, presses his ear to the opening and then to the guest's shoulder, as if to transfer the sound. "Drink," Elowen suggests, and the guest sips. The cup makes a little chapel of their hands. Heat goes down the throat and unfurls in the chest like a green thing that has decided to live. The eyes relax their focus on the world's edges. The mouth forgets to pretend and simply becomes itself. Elowen reaches for the shawl again, adds the slightest extra weight to the far shoulder, then to the near, as if to say, "Here and here," in a language the skin understands. "If you wake in the night," she says, "go to the last breath you remember and invite the next. The ritual does not break when you leave this room. It folds and it travels." The guest nods. A single tear arrives unannounced and does not require a story to accompany it. It slides to the corner of the mouth and tastes like a small harbor. The chimes make a little sentence. Pip repeats it in his own way, one bright pulse, then two softer. The keykeeper cat resettles, pushing his nose into his tail and becoming a circle. There is an implicit thesis in this shape that the body recognizes and agrees to. "Would you like the lamps high, low, or ember?" Elowen asks. "Ember," the guest says, eyes already going woolen at the edges. Elowen takes the lamp down to a pupil of light. In the stove, a log collapses into a new arrangement and discovers warmth again. Outside, the pines breathe. Inside, chest and pines converse in long syllables, in and out and in. "Shall we leave the window as it is?" Elowen says from the door, keeping her voice where soft things live. "Half," the guest whispers, "so the trees can keep me, but the cold stays polite. Half will do." Elowen smiles, setting the latch where it learns restraint. She lifts the iron key from the inside and cradles it with the kind of care that feels older than the house. "One more thing," she adds, placing the blank postcard under the guest's palm. "Write the name of any place that held you kindly, even if it only ever lived in a daydream." The guest takes the pencil Elowen leaves and prints with slow, round letters, "The room with the attic hearth." The act settles the heart the way snow settles when the wind steps aside. Elowen stands. Every motion respects the air that has learned the guest's breathing and will keep time while they travel through sleep. Pip alights on the shawl's edge as if pinning a bright leaf there. The cat does not move, which is his way of approving profoundly. Down the back stairs, the inn leans more fully into its own slumber. Elowen returns the key to its hook, the pinecone bow catching the lamplight for a heartbeat, the tag whispering pines. The attic hearth rests among the others, a small forest among moons. Outside the eaves, the trees continue their kind recital. Pip yawns, his glow dimming to the faintest seed. "Do you think they'll remember the ritual when they wake in a different bed?" he asks, small and serious. "They already have it," Elowen says. "It is the shawl, the steam, and 3 doors in the chest. Beds are only where we practice." The keykeeper cat slips past, tail riding a soft question mark into the air that needs no answer. Eowyn lowers the lamp until the chimney holds a single star. The attic hums with kept promises. The bridge sighs. The pines write the night a letter without ink, and the inn, pen in paw, signs with a hush. Dusk settles over the silver bridge like a quilt shaken once and laid smooth. The river carries a slow gleam. Lamps pool their honey on the stone. Inside the inn, a gentleness ripples along the corridor, as if every door had learned to speak the word welcome in the same quiet voice. Eowyn moves with her lamp shaded low. Pip rides her shoulder, tail light a small, steady star. The keykeeper cat keeps to the wainscot, tail riding mild punctuation in the air. On the rack, a key twitches old brass in the shape of a six-pointed star, edges softened by use. Its vellum tag bears a pricked border like tiny stitches. Star-sewn quilts, the quiltmaker's table. A guest who has been holding the world to a ruler, Eowyn murmurs, fingertips resting on the tag until the twitch becomes a calm, bright weight. Perfection has been sitting on their chest. Tonight, we will give it a chair beside the table and a thimble, and teach it to help rather than boss. The guest lingers near the landing with a folded sweater clutched too neatly, eyes tidy to the point of ache. The kind of careful that has forgotten how to rest. They look at Eowyn the way a seam looks at a needle ready, but braced. "Come," Eowyn says, voice as soft as cotton pulled from a jar. We are piecing a sky. They walk the corridor together. The runner hushes their steps. Frames along the wall show squares and stars in soft, faded tones. Heritage blocks a grandmother might recognize with her hands. Before the chosen door, the air smells of clean thread, cedar, and a whisper of lavender. Eowyn fits the star key to a gentle latch. The turn is a tsk, like a needle passing cleanly through cloth. The room is warm with a work that loves you back. A long wooden table holds a constellation of neatly stacked fabrics. Indigo, night gray, cream, honey, a handful of unexpected peaches and moss. Pin cushions bloom like tiny gardens. A quilt frame, a wooden halo holds a partially pieced top, dark field scattered with pale shapes, stars taking their positions. Lamps are shaded low to gold. In the corner, a cedar chest keeps company with a rocking chair. Above, a window sets the last skylight into the room like a square of watercolor. At the head of the table sits the quilt maker, a fairy older than time in the way well-loved things are old. Her hair is a night braid threaded with one bright silver ribbon. Needles glitter between her fingers, not fast, not slow true. She looks up and smiles with her eyes first. "Welcome," she says, voice straight and kind. We're catching stars while they're sleepy. Pip lights on the rim of a jar of buttons, fascinated by moons of mother of pearl. The keykeeper cat leaps to a chair and curls into a spiral, officially a round cushion for the remainder of the evening. Eowyn sets her lamp on a side shelf and lays her palm on the table, greeting it as one greets a friend. We make quilts of quiet memories here, the quiltmaker says, turning to the guest. Not the loud ones that stamp their feet, but the small keepers. The smell of a page warmed by a lamp, the shape of your hand opening a window, the sound of your name said softly in a kitchen long ago. "May I borrow 3?" The guest blinks, startled that memory can be asked for so simply. They breathe. 3, they echo, and look down into the soft heap of cloth. One rises at once, a mug cooling on a sill while rain arranges itself outside. Another arrives shyly, the rough, smooth feel of a wooden banister under a palm at night. A third lands like a feather, a laugh that almost didn't happen but did. They tell them one by one. "Good." The quiltmaker nods, as if the room itself had exhaled. She draws from the pile 3 small squares of fabric indigo, smoke, cream, and sets them side by side. "We'll piece with these, and we'll keep one surprise color in the drawer." From a shallow drawer, she lifts a soft square of peach, the color of the inside of a shell, for kindness to the pattern. Elowen places in front of the guest 3 tools: a thimble, a needle threader, and a small chalk pencil. "Choose the one your hands want first," she says. The guest reaches for the thimble, then the chalk, then the threader, unable to pick right. The quiltmaker's smile widens only in apology to the perfection perched on the guest's shoulder. "You may let your hands be wrong," she says gently. "They often make better patterns than the boss in the head." The guest laughs once, an unbuttoning sound, and chooses the chalk. "We'll mark simple stars," Elowen says, laying a cardboard template shaped like a 6-point. One quiet, one clearer, one a little crooked on purpose. "Crooked?" the guest repeats, almost catching on a splinter of alarm. The quiltmaker slides the peach square across. "The imperfect star," she says with the reverence of tradition. "The pattern isn't complete without it. It reminds the quilt who it's for. Sleepers, not judges." A sigh travels the length of the table and returns lighter. Cats understand this doctrine immediately. The keykeeper cat, not required to participate, participates by remaining exactly where he is and purring once. They trace. The chalk makes whispers. The guest's hand steadies after the first corners find each other. The crooked star gets a line, a breath off the template. The guest sees it and winces inwardly, then watches Elowen breathe once in admiration for the very spot that wobbled. "There," Elowen says, "is where the eye will rest." They cut. Scissors speak politely through cloth. The quiltmaker threads a needle and shows the ladder stitch up, down, up, down. No one-step hero, every step help. "Match your breath to the stitch," she murmurs. In as the needle rises, out as it passes through. The guest tries, and the thread listens. Tension evens. Tug becomes invitation. Pip, deeply invested, holds the end of a thread between 2 small hands, puffed-cheeked with the seriousness of not letting go. The needle slides and returns and slides. A star takes shape, points kissing in the middle, tips neat but not showy. The crooked one goes last. The guest's jaw tenses, and then the quiltmaker presses a finger beside the wobble. "This," she says, is where the night gets interesting. This is where the dream knows you meant it kindly. They set the pieced block into the quilt frame. The room accepts it. It belongs. Elowen lifts the peach square the surprise color and nestles it near the wobble like a candle set on a table because a friend is coming. There, she says. The quilt maker's rocking chair moves, one creak, one hush. She picks up her needle and shows the running stitch that secures the top to the batting and the backing 3 breadths made into a seam. We'll quilt a path for the eye to walk without tripping, she says. We'll leave places for the gaze to sit down. The guest watches her hand draw constellations that are not constellations, but will be by morning. Little arcs around the points, a spiral in the center no one will notice, and everyone will feel. As the needle travels, a lull spreads, soft as lint. The room hums at quilt speed, which is slower than thinking but faster than fretting. Now, Elowen says, rising, we practice binding. She brings a long strip of folded cloth and teaches the turn at the corner where many hands pull too hard. Ease it, she whispers. Invite it. Fabric behaves like breath when breath is asked gently. The guest tries. The first corner bunches and then, coaxed, unfolds into obedience. The second perfects itself with less effort. The third holds the memory of both. At the fourth, the guest pauses as if at a threshold and then passes through. The strip lies tidy as a sentence that stops where it should. The quilt maker produces 2 small sachets from the cedar chest. For bedsides and pockets, she says, we make star-scent lavender and a little cedar, and 1 clove to keep dragons that eat sleep away. She slips 1 sachet into the guest's hand and 1 into Elowen's pocket, where Pip embraces it as his new favorite pillow. When the mind starts measuring, the quilt maker says, smell once and ask whether there is truly a seam to check. Often there is only a pillow to accept. Elowen pours warm milk tea into wide cups milk, a ribbon of honey, a cardamom pod. The guest sips and feels their ribs decide to be gentle. Would you like to write 1 sentence? Elowen asks, setting a small fabric notebook pages made from cloth on the table with a stub of soft pencil. Not a rule, a kind instruction. The guest writes slowly, letters relaxed. A crooked star finishes the sky. The pencil's dullness pleases the paper. The sentence breathes and stays. Outside the window, night takes its own stitches. Star here, star there. A seam of cloud sewn lightly so it can be unpicked by wind. Inside, the quilt grows by a square the size of a hand. The quilt maker sets her needle down and rubs her fingers. Time to let the night quilt the rest, she says. Dreams do very tidy work when left alone. Open, closed, or half. Elowen asks at the door. The guest looks at the frame, at the peach square glowing like a kind secret, at the crooked point that looks suddenly like a friend's smile. Half, they say, with the ease of someone placing scissors where they belong. So the stars can come and go, but the warmth stays in. "Half will do," Elowen says, tipping a folded scrap beneath the door to set the smallest wedge. She lifts the brass key and balances it across her palm, feeling the calm of work finished enough. They return to the corridor. The inn is deeper in its size now, pleased by beds being found and kept. Elowen hangs the star key on its hook. The tag star-sewn quilts rests, edges stitched with little punctures of light where Pip's glow has memorized them. The keykeeper cat stretches, long as a binding strip, then returns to a circle. The guest holds their sachet, presses it to their heart, and smiles with the mouth's corners and the eye's corners both. A crooked star finishes the sky. They repeat, testing the sentence in their chest. It fits. It gentles everything it touches. "Sleep under it," Elowen says, lamp lowered until it is one button of gold in the dark. Let what's finished be finished. Let what's not rest without supervision. The hallway keeps the last word, which is not a word, but the soft shh a needle makes when it draws the thread home. Behind the half-open door, the quiltmaker hums to tidy away her tools. The frame holds the night's new square. The inn, content with the pattern, turns itself and sleeps. Night has put the inn into envelopes of hush and sealed them with moonlight. The silver bridge holds its breath between arches. The river writes one unbroken line beneath. Inside, the staircase knows every foot that climbs it and answers softly. Somewhere a kettle remembers what steam means and sighs once, as if signing a letter. Elowen carries her lamp with the flame turned to a reading glow. Pip floats ahead, tail light the size of a thumbnail, bright with purpose. The keykeeper cat walks with a deliberate rider's gait, each paw a careful period on the runner. At the rack, a small brass key with a tiny quill for its bow lifts and settles as though it is trying out sentences. Its vellum tag shows a watermark of faint wings, firefly letters, the night post. A mind crowded with unsent words, Elowen murmurs, listening to the tag as one listens to a seashell through the skin, not the ear. Thoughts that won't stop knocking because they haven't been answered. Pip, pleased, taps the key with his knuckle and makes a note no louder than a comma. The guest waits near the corner, hands full of air, fingers opening, closing like someone trying to hold all their drafts at once. They have the look of a person who rehearses conversations alone and loses sleep to words that don't know when to lie down. "You've come to the right dusk," Elowen says, voice warm as ink fresh from the pot. "Tonight, we will write until the mind is politely tired." Together, they move along the corridor. The frames they pass are little postmarks, a lantern, a bridge arch, a looping line of birds. Before the chosen door, the air changes paper scent, beeswax, a hush that feels organized. Elowen fits the quill-bowed key into the lock. The sound as it turns is not a click, but the soft press of wax receiving a seal. The night post opens to a long, lamplit room that could be a street of desks. Counters of dark wood run in parallel, each with an inkstand and a little glass dome over a flame the size of a bead. Above, Strings are hung with miniature envelopes: cream, fog gray, pale blue, a color like tea with milk. At the far end, a brass letterbox stands as tall as a person, with a slot that smiles. Glass jars glimmer on shelves, ink wells, where a dozen shades of night rest: raven, smoke, moon, pine, ember. The air is not busy, but expectant. Fireflies move here with the dignity of clerks. Each wears a tiny satchel, a leaf sewn into a pouch across its glow. They drift from desk to desk, lighting a wick here, fetching a nib there, nodding to each other with the minimum energy required to say we are together. Pip sees them and becomes both shy and proud, for this is his people's place. The keykeeper cat leaps to a stool and folds himself into a crescent with a stamp of approval. Elowen places her lamp on a side shelf and gestures toward a clear spot at a desk. "Two kinds of writing tonight," she says. "A letter to tomorrow and a letter to now. Tomorrow will receive instructions. Now will receive kindness." The guest exhales, which is a kind of first sentence. Elowen lays out tools like a tray of remedies: thick paper with deckled edges, a pen with a nib fine as a moth's foot, a blotter, a stick of amber sealing wax, a small stamp carved with a sleeping moon. "We'll start with now," she says, "so tomorrow doesn't think it must carry your whole heart." Pip brings a saucer of warm milk tea and places it near the guest's elbow like a contented period. A clerk firefly bows briefly to Elowen and sets a tiny bell near the inkstand. The bell a desk rings when a word is found without forcing it. "Letter to now," Elowen murmurs. 5 lines, no arguments. She dictates the first line, no more than a seed. "I see you." She waits. The guest writes, hand unsteady at first, then steadier, as if discovering the weight of this much gentleness. Elowen offers the second. "You have done enough for one dark." The pen behaves. The third. "You may put the heavy names down." The fourth. "You are allowed to sleep before everything is finished." The fifth. "I will keep a light while you rest." As the words gather, a firefly leans near, and the glow in its satchel wanes slightly. It is taking some of the weight to carry. The guest sees the dimming and startles, then smiles as the satchel brightens again, transferred, not lost. The little bell rings once on its own, and then goes quiet, pleased. Elowen sprinkles a breath of sand from a tiny jar over the lines. "Let them set," she says. "We'll seal them later and lay them by your pillow." She draws a fresh sheet. "Now for tomorrow, brief, so it will obey." She aligns the nib. "Begin with one promise for you, not by you," she suggests. The guest chews their lip and writes, "Tomorrow will meet me gently." "Good." Elowen nods. "One task that matters." The guest writes, "Call aunt in morning. One small kindness to the body." The pen moves. Warm socks before stepping out of bed. One open space, Elowen adds. The guest writes, "Leave the hour after lunch empty." The paper breathes. A clerk fetches a blue-gray envelope for tomorrow and a cream one for now. Another brings a stick of wax and warms it over a bead flame. The wax's honeyed scent rises. Elowyn presses the sleeping moon's seal into the softened pool, lifts it, and leaves behind a crescent held by stars. The guest touches the seal with a fingertip and feels it say, "Done enough." "Now," Elowyn says, "there are the unsent. They crowd the head and make traffic at night." She opens a drawer and reveals a stack of slender slips labeled, "Thank you. I'm sorry. I forgive you. Please forgive me. Goodbye. No. Yes. I miss you. I release this. Choose two," she says, "and we will let the room carry them for you." The guest's hand hovers. It lands on, "I'm sorry, and I release this." Elowyn's face shows no question, only welcome. "You may write a name or none," she says. "Ink is good at holding names quietly. Or you may draw a small shape." The guest chooses shapes. A cup for the first what could have been filled better, and a leaf for the second what has earned floating away. The fireflies gather like careful witnesses. Pip's glow softens to match. "Fold them," Elowyn guides, "and give them to the letterbox keeper." At the far end, the tall brass letterbox inclines slightly on its plinth, as if it has been listening all along. Its slot is a thoughtful mouth. The guest steps forward, holds the two slips between forefinger and thumb, and feeds them in. The box accepts them with a soft internal rustle, a long swallow. Then, strangely, tenderly, it exhales a breath of warm air, scented like old paper and summer dust, as if to say, "I have them now." Something unclenches under the guest's breastbone. Their shoulders lose a fraction more height. The room seems to move closer in approval, though nothing shifts. Elowyn points to a little ledger on a stand, the register of rest. "If you wish, write a short line that begins with, 'Tonight I will not,' and ends in mercy." The guest writes, "Tonight I will not finish. I will begin resting." The hand that writes it grows heavier in the best way, as if the bones have remembered they are welcome to the body. Pip makes himself administrator of stamps and offers the final seal light, a kiss of his glow over each envelope. The firefly clerks salute in the tiniest ways imaginable. A nod, a pivot, a new wick lit for a neighbor's desk. The keykeeper cat jumps down and threads the guest's calves like a ribbon drawn through the eyelets of boots, binding them neatly to the floor, to here, to now. Elowyn bundles the letter to now with a length of cotton twine and tucks it into a pocket envelope lined with a scrap of warm cloth. "For your pillow," she says. "If you wake, read only the first line, then sleep instead of arguing." "And tomorrow?" the guest asks, voice already moving toward wool. Elowyn tucks the blue-gray envelope under a weight shaped like a feather on the desk and leaves it there. "It waits here," she smiles. "We'll post it at dawn. Tomorrow has its own door. We needn't knock tonight." She looks to the door. "Would you like it open, closed, or half?" The guest listens to their ribs. "Half," they breathe. "So the letters can keep breathing with me, and the quiet can walk me back to bed." "Half will do," Elowen says, and sets a slim wedge of wood beneath the door to keep a finger's width of space. Through it, the corridor lends the room its deeper hush, and the room returns a ribbon of beeswax and paper scent. They step back into the hall. The lamp's flame is the size of a calm thought. Elowen returns the quill-bowed key to its hook. The tag "Firefly Letters" lies down among its companions like a good sentence, ending with a period that does not feel like a stop, only a rest. The guest holds the pocket envelope at their heart, and the stone of their throat goes smooth. They nod, not a thank you, exactly, but an and. Pip, gleeful and dignified at once, salutes the night post with both hands. A clerk waves a satchel the way a star twinkles. "Walk slow," Elowen says, lowering the lamp until the chimney holds one seed of gold. "Let the words lie down before you do." They know the bed. The corridor accepts them and carries them like a line carries scents. Behind the half-cracked door, the letterbox makes one last contented rustle and grows still. And the tiny bell on the desk, hearing that the right words have gone to the right place, does not ring again. The inn breathes in, breathes out. The bridge keeps its line, and the night, perfectly posted, arrives where it is going. Sleep. Storm weather has wandered off, leaving the silver bridge rinsed and humming to itself. The river moves like a thought that remembers to rest between words. Inside the inn, warmth travels in low currents along the baseboards. The kitchen keeps a quiet afterglow, as if a good story were cooling on a windowsill somewhere. Elowen comes along the corridor with her lamp softened to an amber kernel. Pip rides her shoulder, tail light a grain of golden glass. The keykeeper cat walks ahead, a gray parenthesis opening the way. On the rack, a key the color of steeped honey begins to glow from within. Its bow is a small loop of polished root. Along its shank, a thin thread of green is caught, like moss that chose not to let go. The vellum tag breathes sap scent, moss and amber tea, the slow hourglass. "A guest singed by too much flame," Elowen murmurs, fingertips on the tag until its pulse evens. "Burnout with busy edges. Tonight we'll steep the edges soft." The guest waits near the stair with sleeves rumpled to the elbow, a shadow where a watch might have been. Their eyes have that thoughtful scorch overbright from doing, underwatered by rest. The hands flutter once, then fold, then unfold, as if looking for a task small enough to hold without spilling. "Elowen," they whisper, almost apologizing for being tired. "I've been a kettle left on." "Then we will pour," she answers, smiling like steam that knows where it is wanted. Slowly, they go together down the corridor. The runner accepts the quiet weight of feet. Framed sketches of the bridge look soothed by dimness. Before the chosen door, the air cools to forest and stone. Elowen eases the amber key into a lock made from a slice of old root. The turn sounds like a dry leaf, agreeing to be part of soil again. The room of moss and amber tea opens to a green hush. Under a raftered ceiling, moss gardens climb low stone shelves, cushions and islands, and tiny peninsulas of velvet, all the greens that have names and a few that do not. Between them, amber glass hourglasses stand on pedestals like slow, breathing candles. Some are as tall as a forearm, some no higher than a thumb. Each lets a fine sand fall with a sigh so soft you hear it first with your ribs. In the corner, a black iron stove keeps a single pot warm. The pot is round as a thought smoothed by repetition. Beside it, a tray holds cups as thin-lipped as kindness. The air smells of resin, orange peel, a suggestion of vanilla, and rain kept for later. Elowen sets her lamp where it becomes another patient ember. Pip drifts low over a moss pad, fingers spread, reverent. The keykeeper cat chooses a flat stone near the stove and flows down upon it, the way tea accepts the shape of a cup. This room moves at sap speed, Elowen says, voice wrapped in wool. We'll ask the hourglasses to lend you their hours, and the moss to remember the body how to be held. She leads the guest to a low table on which 3 hourglasses wait. Breath, the smallest. Warmth, mid-sized, and amber within. And rest, tall with pale gold sand and a faint murmur like a sleeping hive. We'll stack them, Elowen murmurs, not as a test, as a tide. Breath, warmth, rest. When the top ends, we turn the next, and you do only what that hourglass asks. The guest laughs once, a breath that almost breaks and then becomes a nod. Only what it asks, they repeat, relieved to be told so little. Elowen positions breath first, a tiny glass in a wooden cradle. She tips it. Grains begin their hush. Match the fall, she says. In from the moss, out with the sand. No more than that. They sit on a cushion near a swath of moss that looks like a friendly hill. Elowen shows how to rest the palms on the thighs, how to let the eyes unfocus until the glass becomes a warm spine. The first half minute, the mind fidgets like a small animal in a new room. The second, it finds a corner. The third, it lies down. The sand speaks the same syllable over and over, enough, 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 until the nervous system considers believing it. Pip leans his shoulder to the glass as if to help it pour. He discovers he doesn't need to and looks pleased. When breath ends, Elowen does not hurry. She sets her fingers on the cradle and waits 1 heartbeat longer than necessary. The extra hush is a lesson all its own. Then she turns warmth. While the amber sand begins, she goes to the stove and lifts the lid of the round pot. Steam unspools like a gold ribbon. Inside, amber tea moves in its own weather. Orange peel, linden blossom, a touch of vanilla, a kiss of pine sap. Elowen dips a ladle and pours in a slow amber pour that moves the cup from empty to enough, as if painting it with afternoon. She hands the cup to the guest with both hands. The guest receives it the same way. Hold the heat, she says, not yet drink. Let your fingers learn what your head keeps forgetting. They wrap the cup. Warmth reaches the tight places like an old friend arriving through the kitchen door unannounced and exactly on time. Elowen gestures toward the moss nearest their ankles. Rest your feet there, she suggests. Moss is a memory of ground that does not argue. The guest fits their heels to the pad. Cushioned, The bones rediscover softness. The hourglass continues its amber weather. Now drink, Elowen says, when the scent has spoken twice. 3 sips, named. She shows the rhythm with her own cup. Sip 1, arrival. Let it say, I am here, right here. Sip 2, permission. Let it say, I may pause. Sip 3, kindness. Let it say, I am allowed to be carried by warmth, not carry it. The guest follows. Each sip writes a smaller task list on the slate behind the eyes, and then sends a sleeve to erase it, gently, without scolding. As warmth narrows toward its bottom bell, Elowen turns a small knob on the stove. The pot hums softer, as if it, too, were letting go of the day's insistence. She brings a honey stone, a pebble that looks like thumb-sized amber, and drops it into the guest's empty cup. For your pocket later, she whispers. A reminder the body understands faster than the mind. Now she turns rest. The tall glass is slow to start, then sure. Its grains fall with a sound like someone smoothing a pillow in the next room. Elowen rises and brings a wool throw the color of oak smoke. She lays it over the guest's knees in 2 installments weight, then a little more weight, speaking without words to the body's startled animals. It's safe. It's safe. The keykeeper cat approves this with a blink that lasts a heartbeat longer than blinks usually last. Would you like to make a small place in your day where this can live later? Elowen asks, voice nearly the same volume as the moss. She draws from a drawer a palm hourglass, half the height of a thumb. It wears a loop of twine. Hang it where you can see sky, she suggests, or tie it to the handle of a kettle. When life insists, turn the glass and do only the thing the sand allows. The guest takes it. It is barely there and absolutely convincing. Their mouth softens like wax warmed by a candle not yet lit. Elowen places a slate tile on the low table with a piece of chalk that has been rounded by many tired hands. 1 sentence, she says, what the amber knows that the fire forgot. The guest listens to the falling grains. Their hand seems to know the letters before the head does. They write, I pour myself slowly and only into 1 cup. The chalk scratches once more to add a period that looks like a seed. Pip claps with his little palms, bright without being bright about it. The room's hourglasses, some awake, some dozing, continue their secret snows. On the shelves, the moss seems to breathe in tutored chorus. In, out, in. Elowen shows a last small ritual. She brings a tiny vial of pine resin, uncaps it, and lets 1 invisible note of scent into the air. Call it sap time, she says. When the mind begins to boil, unstopper this, and remember, trees do their work by standing still and moving sweetness very slowly through their small, patient roads. The guest closes their eyes as if to see that movement better. In the softened dark behind the lids, the day reshelves itself. Urgent becomes later, later becomes never, never becomes not mine. The breath finds the weight of the throw and trusts it. Open, closed, or half? Elowen asks at last, when rest shows its last slim throat of sand. Half, the guest breathes, already half across the gentle bridge to sleep, so the moss can keep holding my feet and the warmth can walk me back to bed. Half will do, Elowen says. She wedges the door with a slice of smooth wood, the color of tea. The room gives the corridor a thin stream of forest hush and takes in exchange a darker, deeper quiet. They stand slow like sap and walk back. The honeystone knocks once in the guest's cup and then rests where it is. Pip floats with the self-importance of someone who has watched sand fall correctly. The keykeeper cat does not bother to lead. He follows beside, a gentle gray flanking that feels like a guard who knows there is nothing to guard against. At the rack, Elowen hangs the amber key on its hook. The tag moss and amber tea, the slow hourglass, settles into stillness as if a long sentence had found its period. The guest slips the palm hourglass's twine around their wrist for now, just to feel its small, sane weight. May I? They begin, and then choose a simpler thing. I will pour slowly, they say, as if swearing a kind oath no court could understand, and every tree would. Elowen lowers the lamp until the chimney keeps a single apricot seed of light. Good, she answers, the inn's benediction tonight. Let warmth carry you where you meant to carry it. Let time fall in grains you can hear. The hallway holds them for a few breaths more. Moss soft underfoot, though no moss grows there. Behind the half-cracked door, the hourglasses keep their small, faithful weather. On the shelves, the green islands do not hurry their bright work. The river moves beneath the bridge, as if pouring itself into one cup, and one only, the night. And the inn, grateful for slowness, closes its eyes without closing any doors that need to stay half. Wind tucks the silver bridge in with a sleeve of fog, and the river sings a line you only hear when you're almost asleep. Inside the inn, hush gathers on stair treads and along the rails like folded linen. Somewhere a clock decides not to announce itself and keeps its next tick for later. The house wants you to rest and has arranged itself accordingly. Elowen comes with her lamp turned down to a cat's eye of flame. Pip rides her shoulder, tail light a thumbnail's glow. The keykeeper cat does not wait at her heel tonight. He is already in authority, seated primly at the base of the key rack, as if it were a lectern, and he the night's reader. On the rack, a small, curious token stirs a door wedge carved from pale wood, inlaid with a sliver of brass. It is tied to an old-fashioned skeleton key by a ribbon, the color of moon milk. Its vellum tag shows a sketched silhouette of a half-open door, and beneath the neat title, The Door Ajar, the Cat's Corridor. Elowen sets 2 fingers to the tag. The inn answers with a soft, awaiting purr that begins somewhere in the joists and spreads. A guest who believes the day must be perfect before sleep, she murmurs. We will teach the half. Pip bows solemnly at the wedge, as if to a small, benevolent law. The cat, as if hearing his cue spoken in a language only callers understand, gives one bell-soft shake and steps off, tail a question mark that already knows the answer. The guest lingers at the landing, coat unbuttoned but still on, hair a little astonished by the wind. In their hands, they hold nearly's a cup, nearly washed, a thought nearly finished, a message nearly sent, the weight of not quites making the shoulders uneven. Their eyes ask for permission. Come, Eloin says, lamp low, voice lower. The cat will show you how to stop without failing. They follow him, of course. Everyone does. He takes the side passage beyond the main hall, the one that seems shorter than it is because it walks at the body's speed. The runner here is softer, grayed with patience. Along the wainscot, small plaques, a line of brass ovals, bear words engraved in tiny letters. Enough, later, gentle, ajar. The air carries a citrus thread and the faintest suggestion of warmed linen. At the first turn, the cat stops before a door standing an inch open. Beyond it, a lamp already glows, no tasks, only light. The brass plate beside the jamb reads, "The Lamp Lesson." Eloin tips her head toward it. "One may leave light to meet you where you're going," she whispers to the guest. "You do not have to arrive with your own brightness." The cat touches the wedge to the floor with a paw as soft and decisive as a stamp. The wedge slides under the door and keeps it exactly as it was, open enough for shine, closed enough for quiet. The guest watches their breath imitate the gap, not all the way in, not all the way out, just there. Pip leans his cheek to the jamb, test purring, and looks satisfied with the way the wood hums. They walk on. The corridor bends once and offers a second door, this one leading onto a little balcony where the fog kneels against the wood like a polite visitor. The brass plate here reads, "Curtain Lesson." Inside, a gauze curtain has already been drawn to the halfway mark across the open window. It breathes in and out with an almost human courtesy, half keeps outside and inside friends, Eloin murmurs. Air and warmth shake hands. The cat steps in, tugs the curtain a finger's width with a single, exact claw, no grab, only guidance, and sits to admire his geometry. The line between open and closed made visible, the proof that between is not neglect but choice. The guest's shoulders drop a seam. A third door stands ahead, ajar in a different way. The kind of open that means ready. The bed within is turned down, sheets folded back to a welcoming V, a book already closed on the nightstand, a cup set out with a tea bag waiting like a small promise. The brass plate says, "Bed Lesson." Eloin sets her lamp on the sill and does not touch a thing. "The inn does a portion," she says. "You are allowed to do the rest later or not at all." The cat hops onto the turned-down coverlet, presses a paw to the pillow, wants a notarization of softness, and hops down. His whiskers sign the air. Pip, very solemn, straightens the corner that needs no straightening and thus learns restraint. They walk. The corridor is not long, but it is exactly as long as what the guest needs. Every few feet, a door waits with a half-open invitation and a brass plate bearing a modest doctrine. Kettle lesson, a kettle already filled, not boiling. Page lesson, a bookmark already in the right place. Coat lesson, a peg already chosen for tomorrow's sleeve. The cat presides over each, performing small practical mercies, nudging a handle so it is off and at ease, settling a bookmark one page before the last you read, so you will arrive gently, choosing a peg at comfortable height, and rubbing it with his cheek so it smells like consent. The guest begins to smile in the untrained corners of the mouth. A little color returns to the cheeks, not by cheer, but by permission. Half, they breathe, as if discovering a door in their own chest. At the corridor's elbow, the cat stops before a narrow cupboard with a brass plate that reads, "Nearly box." Elowen opens it. Inside stand shallow drawers labeled in a tidy hand. Stitch later, wash later, write later, think later, do not. Each holds cards the size of a palm. Elowen slides one out and offers it to the guest. It says, "Enough for now in letters, generous enough not to crowd. Write 3 nearlies and put them to bed," she says. The guest pulls a pencil from the well set there, and head bent, writes slowly. Dishes soaked, email drafted, worry noticed. Each card, slid into the appropriate drawer, makes a tiny SHF sound, like a sheet smoothed by a practiced hand. Pip salutes the do not drawer with a grave nod, then turns away, as if to show it works best closed. The cat, who believes everything benefits from a clean line, pushes the cupboard door and leaves it a 1/4 inch shy of latch. "Now the cat's chapel," Elowen says, and gestures forward. The corridor opens into a small square. Here the wainscot rises to a knee-high ledge where cushions sit in a row, one round, one square, one shaped like a crescent, each a different gray. Above, the wall holds a single framed print, a door drawn half open with light inside it like a held breath. On a stand rests a bell the size of an orange, and beside it a card that says, "One note means stop is holy." The cat takes the square cushion, turns twice to align meaning with fabric, and sits. Elowen and the guest take the others. Pip settles on the frame's top edge and dims until he is almost thought alone. Elowen rests the lamp at her feet. Its little circle meets the bell's roundness, and they admire each other. "We will practice half benedictions," Elowen whispers. "Short blessings that end before they finish, so your mind can practice stopping kindly." She touches the bell gently with a fingertip. A single note spills up and lingers just long enough for a breath to find it. "I bless the work almost done," she says, stopping at almost so that the silence may complete the prayer. The guest hears the ending in their ribs and feels no lack. Pip gives one soft glow approval. The cat blinks very slowly. Amen. Elowen touches the bell again. "I bless the cup not yet washed." Another note, another pause. The brain puts the period where the mouth leaves off. "I bless the thought left for morning," she says, and the word left lands as a comfort, not a failure. The guest tries. Their voice is smaller and more truthful than it was at the landing. "I bless the message unsent," they say, and find the pause holds. "I bless the list shorter than it was." The bell does its good work. One note, then the proof that endings can be gentle. Elowen offers the bell to the guest. "One more," she says. "Make it about you." They hesitate, then touch. The note opens. The guest speaks. I bless the self that stops. The note closes itself around the sentence like a door closing without a click. The cat rises and steps onto the ledge, stretches long as evening, and precision itself pushes a tiny hitching stone toward the guest with his paw. It is a small, flat pebble with the word half hand-painted on it in the ink tone of tea. For your bedside, Elowen says, smiling at the cat's thoroughness. If your mind wakes to finish something, place the stone on the page of it. The page will keep it. You need not. They retrace their way gently, given what the corridor has taught to the entry. The lamps along the main hall now glow a little dimmer of their own accord. The kitchen hum settles into the shape of a room sleeping upright. Elowen returns the wedge and key to its hook. The tag, the door ajar, the cat's corridor, lies easy among the others. The ribbon slack in a satisfying way. At the guest's pocket, the hitching stone sits with agreeable weight. The mouth tries on a different sentence, and it fits. I will stop here, they say. If you wake, Elowen tells them, do not fetch brightness. Let the half-open things finish welcoming you. Pip yawns, his light narrowing to a sweet comma. The cat, pleased with his pedagogy, steps delicately between the guest's ankles and then away, leaving a thin, invisible thread of permission tied just above their shoes. Elowen lowers the lamp until it is barely a bead. Open, closed, or half? She asks at the guest's door. The guest answers without counting. Half. So the day can stay in the hall and the night can keep me. The words do not ask to be perfect. They arrive, sit, and rest. Half will do, Elowen says, and sets the wedge moon milk ribbon and all beneath the door with a care that looks like love. The warm square of room light meets the cool bar of corridor dark and shakes hands in the gap. Somewhere, the river writes a soft period. The bridge holds its breath and finds it comfortable to do so. Behind the half-open door, a lamp already burns at the right brightness. A curtain already breathes. A bed already waits, with what's needed and nothing that isn't. The cat, satisfied, stations himself in the aisle of night and day, and keeps the peace with the easiest law he knows. Stop is holy. The inn, agreeing, settles deeper into its foundations and leaves a little light outside every door, just in case a sleeper should wake and need reminding that half is not a compromise, but a kindness. Fog settles on the silver bridge like folded silk, layer upon layer, until the lamps glow through it as if remembered rather than seen. The river keeps a patient hum, a single note widened by distance. Inside the inn, doors breathe their soft rectangles of light. The hallway holds warmth as a hand holds a bird gently enough not to frighten, firmly enough not to lose. Elowen walks with her lamp trimmed to a pearl. Pip rides her shoulder, tail light a hush of gold. The keykeeper cat paces ahead, every step an ellipsis. At the rack, keys rest in their constellations: moonmetal, bone, driftwood, glass, each wearing its vellum name. But midway down, between room at the tide and firefly letters, a single hook holds nothing, not empty exactly. It is an emptiness with the weight of a kept promise. Elowyn pauses there, fingers folded around the lamp's handle. The air at that hook is cooler by a breath, older by a heartbeat. For a long time, she has passed it as one passes a portrait, turned to the wall, politely, without comment. Tonight, the absence looks back. Pip leans forward, as close as he dares. "It feels like forgetting," he whispers. Elowyn answers with the smallest nod, or remembering on purpose. The front latch stirs. A guest steps in with the fog still in their hair, their coat damp at the cuffs. They stand inside the door as one stands on a threshold, within themselves, half in, half out. A hand on the knob of some long, unvisited room. Their eyes are the gray of the river just before dawn, weary in a way that has nothing to do with ours. They carry no satchel, no papers, no list, only a sound in the chest like a bell that has been waiting to ring. The keykeeper cat goes to them first, as he always does with the ones who are more door than person. He brushes a leg, then sits squarely and looks up. The guest lowers a hand and does not quite touch his head, as if greeting an old law. You must begin somewhere. Elowyn's voice is a cord wrapped in wool. "Welcome back," she says, and the words cross the room and land as if they have been making this journey all season. The traveler, because that is what they feel like. A traveler who has circled tries to answer and finds the throat occupied by a tide. "May I?" They begin and do not finish. They look past Elowyn to the rack, to that unlit space. Pip's light steadies. "We have a key that doesn't show," he says, very quietly, as if telling a secret to the idea of a secret. Elowyn sets the lamp where the rack will not shadow itself. She does not reach yet. Her hand hovers, the way a hand hovers over a sleeping brow. For a heartbeat, she looks not at the absence but through it, as if it were a window pinned in air. The river hum threads the floorboards. Far outside, beyond fog and arch, the bridge bell, silent for seasons, finds a soft, singular voice. One note, not loud, as if struck by mist itself, the sound touches Elowyn's shoulder the way memory touches a name. She inhales once and lays her fingertips where the hook waits. "This key," she says, "was mine." Pip, who has suspected but never learned to suspect, goes still. The keykeeper cat closes his eyes and opens them again, a solemn blink that says, "Of course." Elowyn draws from beneath the rack a shallow drawer hidden in the shadow of the molding. Inside rests a key that refuses to gleam. Not black, not quite. It is metal the color of bell bronze that has kept night, its bow a small circle plain as a ring. No tag lies with it. Only a narrow ribbon remains faded to river silver long enough to tie, short enough to mean once. She lifts it, and the inn feels the weight. The air along the corridor cools by a hush. Somewhere, a hinge remembers how it first moved. Elowyn turns to the traveler and holds the key as one holds an offered word. "If we open it," she says, "we will hear the bridge answer. If we do not, The bridge will go on humming, and you will go on circling, and I will go on lighting other doors around the one that waits. The traveler's eyes swim and clear. They do not ask what waits. Some doors tell you with their breath. They only nod, once the bow a person makes to their own pulse finally met with a gentle hand. They go together, not toward any of the known rooms, but toward the inn's far end, where the corridor grows simpler, fewer pictures, more wood. Their passing draws from the bones of the place a sound like a deep stair exhaling. Pip floats behind Elowin's shoulder in a bright, small dare. The cat takes the left side, a gray procession. At the end of the corridor, a door stands without sign or number. Its paint is the color of river clay. Its knob is old brass warmed by 1,000 nights of thinking and by none. Elowin has walked past it with a full lamp many times and said nothing. Now she stands before it with a small lamp and says what lamps say when they know the way. Here. She places the unlit key in the lock. The fit is not like other fits. There is no cleverness to it, no little flourish of moving parts. The key enters as a bell string enters its pulleys. Elowin turns, and the sound is not a click, but a strike, distant, sweet, and whole. Far over the fog, the bell answers, one low note unspooling itself into the night until river and arch and lamp and breath all find the same length. The door yields. Beyond is not a room, not at first. It is a balcony over silver, open to the mist, with a rail of dark wood rubbed by many contemplations. Lanterns hang from the eave by threads, so fine they could be spun by speech. They burn low, tender stars on short strings. Beyond them, the silver bridge reveals itself in parts, a curve, a pier, a lamp bowing to fog. The river below, like a held breath, let go slowly. The bell hangs at mid-arch, a dark moon with a mouth. Elowin steps aside for the traveler to enter first. They go with their palms out, as if blessing air. Pip hums a small assent and becomes the kind of light that chooses edges. The cat leaps to the rail and finds a perfect sphinx between two lanterns. Elowin follows and sets the lamp on the floorboards. Its flame bows to the lantern's gentler law. Here, she says, and the word has two meanings. Here the place, and here the body in it. The traveler goes to the rail. Fog lifts and lays itself again, lake breath slow. The bell hangs and does not require anything from them. Elowin stands at their shoulder, close enough to lend steady, far enough to let the body find its own perimeter. For a while, they do not speak. The inn likes it when feeling decides the order of sentences. When the river has repeated its long syllable enough times to become the room's heartbeat, Elowin speaks. I kept this door closed, she says, because once, opening it cost me a place I loved. I thought if I kept it shut, no one else would have to cross without me. The traveler's breath catches and then remembers how. I kept circling, they answer, voice quiet as the shining on water, because to land would mean looking at what I did not keep. Fog parts on a little wind. The bell tilts and does not ring. Elowin reaches to the rail and lays her hand there, palm down, so the wood can climb into it. Perhaps, she says, we have both been kind in the wrong direction. Pip rubs his small head against the traveler's sleeve and leaves a whisper of light. The cat looks toward the bell with the grave gaze of an old caretaker who knows which roped doors may be opened and which must be only looked at with respect. Eowyn inhales a long, pine-deep breath and lets it out. There is a way, she says, to open without breaking. We will listen first. When the bell finds us, we will answer, not with a task, with a name. The traveler closes their eyes, not to leave, but to lean. The bridge raises its shoulders and lowers them. The river reads its own page aloud once more. Somewhere under the middle arch, a current meets stone and makes a sound like forgiveness, learning the mouth that can hold it. The bell rings, not from a rope or a hand, from fog itself, from the weight of kept quiet meeting the weight of permission. One note, wider than sorrow, steadier than joy. In that note, the floor finds the soles, the chest finds the hinge, the eyes find the exact amount of water they can carry without drowning. Eowyn places 2 fingers lightly at the traveler's wrist, the way a midwife counts a new heartbeat. Say it, she whispers, only once. The name of the part of you left on the far side. The traveler's lips move. A single word slides into the fog and warms it. The bell accepts and does not repeat itself. Eowyn's mouth shapes a different word, one that belongs to the girl she was, before a set of closed doors taught her to be keeper of other people's keys. The lanterns answer by burning less afraid. For a long while, they stand with the bell's note folded into them like a letter placed in an inside pocket. The river moves, a paragraph at a time. Pip curls in the hollow of the knob and sleeps the brave sleep of small lights that have done a large thing. The cat washes one paw with absurd patience and then sets it down on the rail as a signature. Eowyn, the traveler says at last. The name is steady now. If we leave it open, will the inn be cold? Eowyn smiles at the lanterns, who have been doing the math. Half, she says, and ties the river silver ribbon to the door latch. She makes a loop and then another, not a knot, only a promise that can be untied with one hand. The door remains a hand's breadth wide. The fog visits and does not take anything. Warmth stays exactly where it means to. She lifts the unlit key from the floorboard where she set it. It feels less heavy, or perhaps her palm is stronger for what it has held. She does not return it to the hidden drawer. She hangs it on the waiting hook between tide and letters. For a breath, it shows nothing, only the fact of its metal. Then the vellum by it that had always been blank takes ink slowly, as if dawn were writing. A name appears in a hand finer than tears. Silver Bridge Dreams. Pip wakes at the exact moment the last letter curls and adds a dot of glow to the period. The cat, dignified, stretches and approves. The traveler looks at the rack and laughs a sound with no hurry in it. I thought the room was for me, they say. Perhaps it was for us. Eowyn nods, and something behind her ribs, long braced, sets its back to a beloved door and slides down into the sitting position called enough. "We will open it fully tomorrow," she says, "when the fog is ready to carry the last of what it must carry." Tonight, she turns down the lamp until it becomes a thoughtful seed. Tonight, we sleep with the bell's word inside us. At the guest's door, she asks, as she always asks, "Open, closed, or half?" The traveler touches the silver ribbon looped through the latch. "Half," they answer, as if naming a new country. "So the bridge can breathe and my chest can learn." The words do not tremble. "Half will do," Elowen says, and leaves a small wedge that knows its place. The corridor returns to its hum. The river keeps writing. The bell holds its tongue, satisfied. On the rack, the new tag dries. The unlit key is unlit no longer. It shines the way quiet things shine by agreement rather than by glare. Elowen stands a moment longer at the rack. Keys glimmer, old companions at ease. She lays her palm lightly on the new name, honoring the scar and the seam both. Pip leans his weight against her neck, a warm coin. The keykeeper cat rubs his cheek along the baseboard to draw a single line that says, "Home," and means it. The inn breathes in, breathes out. Doors rest in their hinges. Somewhere, a kettle, already filled, decides to wait until morning. And the bridge, wrapped in its made of mist shawl, keeps the note it gave away. The way bells do ringing inside, even after they have fallen quiet, until sleep gathers what was scattered and lays it, carefully, in one place. Morning keeps its distance until the inn is ready for it. The fog loosens from the arches of the silver bridge like silk unpinned. The river hums its patient line. Inside, the stairs remember feet and promise more. Keys gleam on their hooks in the modest light, each tag resting. Rain petals, clockwork birds, winter library, amber stalls, tide, attic hearth, quiltmaker's table, night post, slow hourglass, cat's corridor. Between tide and letters, a new name has dried to certainty. Silver Bridge Dreams. Elowen stands at the rack with her lamp, turned down to the brightness of a kept promise. Pip blinks himself awake on her shoulder, all warm, The keykeeper cat makes an inspection past the regal sort that is half blessing, half reminder that this house keeps gentle law. At the front, the latch breathes. The traveler steps in, fog threaded through their hair like pale ribbon. They look rested the way stones look rested, whole by having been weathered. "Ready?" Elowen asks, and the word is not a test. The traveler nods. Their hand empty of lists, full of warmth, finds the rail for the smallest of moments, a hello to wood. Pip's tail grows a thoughtful gold. The cat, pleased to be expected, leads the procession down the long corridor that grows simpler the further it goes. Today, the air has a bell's hush rather than a bell's note, the after sound that writes itself inside the ribs. They stop at the door with the river clay paint and the old brass knob, the door that last night learned half. The silver ribbon Elowen tied still loops the latch, not a knot, only a promise. She untwines it with 2 fingers, and the door inhales. The space beyond waits like a page. Elowen holds the unlit key, now lit the way a moon is lit by what it knows, rather than what it burns. She sets it into the lock. Metal recognizes itself. The turn is no louder than last night's word. Still, the bridge answers. One low note that widens until it becomes more silence than sound, more blessing than instruction. Fog becomes light, and the door opens. The room beyond is the balcony from before, and it is not. It has learned itself in the night. The lanterns burn lower, truer. A table stands to one side with 2 cups, not yet filled, and a kettle that knows the temperature of courage. The rail looks rubbed by many careful hands, and also by the day to come. The river below flexes its bright shoulder. The bell hangs at mid-arch like a thought that does not have to choose between beginning and ending to be whole. Elowen steps aside. "You first," she says to the traveler, and says to herself the same thing, silently. They go out, shoulder to shoulder. The cat springs to the rail and becomes a page break with ears. Pip hovers at the level of the traveler's collarbone, the better to hear their breathing an archivist of arrival. For a while, they let the view put words into order. The bridge teaches the sentence: across, the fog, through, the river, with. When the chest has learned the grammar, Elowen speaks. "There is a thing we do only here," she says. "We make a benediction for the inn. It has been listening all season for the right one." The traveler's mouth intends to defer. Surely someone else's voice is better for blessing, but the balcony itself disagrees by warming the souls. They place both hands on the rail and feel the grain as if reading Braille written by seasons. A decade of weather whispers its round, slow stories under their fingertips. Something in their throat loosens without breaking. Elowen fills both cups from the kettle water that must have been learning patience on a back burner since dawn. She drops into each a leaf of something that knows how to stand still and sweeten without hurrying. Steam rises like a quiet phrasing. She sets one cup by the traveler's hand, not pressing it into the fingers, letting the heat choose the moment to be held. "Breathe with the bell," she says. They wait. The bell hangs, mute and eloquent. The river lengthens. Pip lands on the rim of the traveler's cup and leans to admire his reflection, one small golden planet in a sky of tea. The cat blinks at the far arch, content that time has decided to be ample. "Say the first line," Elowen invites, "and let the bridge find the second." The traveler looks over silver and speaks, the voice as soft as the hinge between waking and sleep. "May every door open only as far as kindness." The bridge answers with a faint, high note like a wine glass touched, then widens back into hush. Elowen breathes it in. Elowen's turn. "May light be weight, not burden." Lanterns approve by not needing to flare. Fog smiles where fog smiles. The traveler. "May the river keep our secrets and return only our names." The bell does not ring. It does not need to. The name in the traveler's chest, the one they woke last night, finds a chair. Elowen. May sleep come like weather we are already dressed for. Somewhere in the rafters above the hallway, boards adjust themselves into a more comfortable posture. Pip, unable to bear not helping, contributes in his own small syntax, May glows glow. The cat, as high priest of simple doctrine, adds nothing and thereby adds what is required. Elowen lifts her cup. They drink together, and the hot leaf speaks the body's language without an interpreter. Arrive, arrive, arrive. The heat lays 2 fingers on the inside of the wrist where pulse happens. Once, twice, thrice is understood and does not need to be counted. Tonight, Elowen says, we give the inn a keep, so every room, when you are far away, will say the same last words, whether you are there to hear them or not. The traveler looks outward toward the bridge, which, for all its stone and arch, looks back in the way bridges do, the way doors do when they are between 2 places and belong completely to both. They listen until the bell's after sound becomes their own air. Then they speak, rest like rain, and be kept like light. The balcony agrees, not by moving, but by more stillness than before. Elowen closes her eyes for the length of a lantern sway. She says, in a thread of voice that reaches the boards and goes no further, yes. A wind comes along the river with an idle hand and ruffles the fog into rills. Far overhead, a bird crosses with the industrious hush of a creature who knows how to go home by the cleanest line. Elowen sets her empty cup on the table and touches the traveler's sleeve. Walk with me, she says. They step back inside. The door remains open. The silver ribbon lies coiled on the floor, not sad to be a ribbon again. Along the corridor, doors learn by example. Light uncurls under them, then settles. At the rack, the new key gleams plain as truth among the ornate. Elowen lifts it from the hook, not to hide, never again, but to weigh. She nods and hangs it back, the way one nods to a colleague before leaving a room to their competence. Will you write a line? She asks the traveler, because endings, like beginnings, prefer to be short. She draws from the desk a thin slip vellum with a pricked border like the older tags and a pencil that never keeps a point long enough to scold. The traveler writes with a hand that has been to the balcony. I can cross without leaving. The sentence smiles as it dries. Pip leans against the words and collects a very small scrap of graphite on his cheek, like the mark of some good ritual. The cat twines the traveler's ankles once, tying what no rope knows how to tie. Elowen walks the longer way back past the lamp lesson, where light has remembered the patience of staying. Past the curtain lesson, where the window breathes. Past the bed lesson, where sheets admit their vocation without fuss. The corridor smells like lightly warmed linen and the clean rind of citrus the kitchen sets aside to prove that sweet has many shapes. The inn bears itself in its good, unbragging way. At the traveler's door, the old question belongs and is new: open, closed, or half. The traveler looks at the gap where night and day have been shaking hands all season. It is not a choice now, it is a nature. Half, they say, smiling with both corners of the mouth and all the bones around the eyes. Then, as if remembering a permission they now own, they add, "And if I wake, I will let the bridge breathe me back. Half will do." Elowen answers and sets the wedge with its moon milk ribbon beneath the sill. She does not dim the lamp yet. "One last gift," she says, and goes to the rack with Pip, a warm coin at her throat. From a small drawer, she brings a sleep tag, a tiny card on a thread. In the neat hand that has kept this inn's quiet for so long, she writes the keep: "Rest like rain and be kept like light." She loops it around the traveler's bedpost, so the room remembers, even if your dreams travel far. The traveler touches the card as one might touch the head of a child already asleep. The cat, who has been pretending not to care for ceremonial steps in, jumps onto the coverlet and presses a paw to the tag with the gentle gravitas of a stamp. Pip, overcome, glows a little more than is strictly necessary, then less, finding perfect bedtime brightness. Elowen lowers the lamp until the chimney holds only a thought of flame. She stands in the doorway, a breath longer, not to guard against anything, but to confirm that everything belonging to the night is present. Breath aligned with bell, warmth aligned with blanket, window aligned with weather, name aligned with chest. Satisfied, she gives the smallest nod, a seamstress's nod at a binding that lies flat. The corridor receives her. Keys keep their silver and brass. The river moves as if rereading a page it likes, not to memorize it, only to enjoy the cadence. The bridge holds whatever it holds and lets everything else pass. Elowen returns to the rack and lays her palm across the season's array, the way one might bless a choir after the last note. "Thank you," she says to each room without naming it, to rain that taught falling, to clocks that taught walking, to snow moths that taught ending, to markets that taught enough, to tide that taught returning, to pines that taught ritual, to quilts that taught crooked stars, to letters that taught release, to amber that taught pouring, to cats that taught stopping, to bells that taught names. Pip, ever the chronicler, whispers the count. 12, he says, awed less by number than by fullness. The cat eyes the lamp, eyes the door to the balcony, and chooses the softest place between them to sit. It is his way of saying the work is done for now. Elowen turns the lamp out. Darkness arrives not as absence, but as a friend who knows where everything is. The inn keeps its own small glow in all the right places. The half gap at a door, the coal that will be flame again, the sleep tag's pale square. Outside, the bridge's bell holds in its bronze the ghost of last night's note, sufficient to keep the sleepers company as they drift. In the traveler's room, the window breathes, the bed breathes, the chest breathes. The tag on the post does not speak aloud and does not need to. Its few words have already become the room's weather. The guest crosses to sleep without leaving anything they cannot find again. The door stays half, which turns out to mean whole in the language of this house, and the inn, reasonable in its wonders, goes still. It knows the season's path now, how to open without breaking, how to stop without failing, how to dream without losing the way back. It stands by the silver bridge, lamp warm as a small sun in a careful sky, and keeps the simplest promise it knows how to keep: rest like rain and be kept like light.